All right, guys, listen the fuck up. The great challenge today is to see how far we can go without coughing. Because I am still just a smidge sick. It's actually pretty cold and stormy outside, so maybe the weather is exacerbating my cough. We're going to see how far I can make it, huh? But hey, listen up. If I do cough or have to clear my throat, totally sorry about the worsened audio experience. I did it to infuriate you specifically. You. So, that's a little present from me to you. How the fuck are you doing? Huh? Oh shit, right off the bat, huh? Lou Duva with the €2. Will you debate Eric Stryker and or Mike Enoch? I'd be willing to debate Enoch sometime down the line, maybe. I still want to finish the alt-hype stuff, but ignoring Stryker is really, really funny for me because I know how mad it gets him. He pretends not to be mad about it on Twitter, but I saw a video of him on his podcast one time getting actually angry that I wouldn't pay him attention. And at this point, I'm bigger than him, so, you know, might as well have fun with that. How the fuck are we doing, folks? Share with me. Share with me your personal deets. Because I'm doing pretty okay. I got acknowledged the other day. I got recognized. I got affirmed. I got validated. My identity? Validated. By none other than Carl of Swindon, aka Carl of Akkad, aka the UKIP Smasher, aka the Brexiteer, Sargon. Weirdest shit in the world, you know? Weirdest shit in the world. So for those of you who are true fans of mine, let's just get right into it. I haven't been streaming that much because of my cough, you know? So I've got like so much shit I want to talk about. Listen, let's get right the fuck into it. What are we looking at here? Well, first of all, we're looking at a woefully small webcam, which I can fix by clicking on this and dragging it up. Incredible. Now I am appropriately sized. Maybe a little too big, actually. Check it out. So for those of you who are my true fans, I got in a debate like 3 days ago, Socialism v. Capitalism. You can tell it's me in the debate because here's a picture of me with laser beams coming out of my eyeballs. It was good fun. I had a good time, okay? Listen, I enjoyed myself. And when I do stuff like this, you know, sometimes I like go down through the comments. I want to see just general opinions. And what I figured would be that the comments would generally be in my favor because I was the larger figure of the two people debating. So my fans are going to come in and say positive things about me and such and such. Really, the reception that you get after a debate of any kind usually has more to do with the size of your respective audiences than it does your actual performance. That's just how it goes. But anyway, so most of the comments, looking good, looking good, looking good. This person said that they were with me until I dabbed. I did dab at one point. I am sorry. So that's unfortunate. That's an ally to socialism that I've sort of left on the table there. And I'm going down, I'm going down, I'm going down. You know, I'm just having a good old time. Guys, I've got some spare time. I can take time to look at comments. And, whoa, 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 whoa. Who's that? Is that none other than 1 million subscriber YouTube dumbfuck Sargon of Akkad posting in the YouTube comments? I clicked. It's actually him. No lie. Look at this. I never post in YouTube comments. I have to say, I'm a little bit bewildered, personally. I don't know what would drive a man. I mean, Sargon of Akkad is quite popular and quite wealthy. I don't know what would bring him to make such a decision, but he went ahead and made it. He went ahead and posted in YouTube comments. And listen, folks, can I be honest with you? Let me be real with you. Normally, I wouldn't go over a YouTube comment on stream. That's like really beneath me. But on the other hand, this is no ordinary YouTube comment. This is a super YouTube comment that he made, that he chose to type out with his human hands. And he is Sargon of Akkad. And it is a really stupid comment. So, yeah. Let's go over it, huh? Let's have a good old time. I'm gonna read it for you guys, okay? I would read it in a condescendingly bad impression of a British accent. I don't know if I could keep that up without coughing, because that feels like it would put a lot of strain on my throat. Let's go over it, huh? So for those of you who don't know, the video in question was me debating capitalism versus socialism. I was defending basic market socialism. So I'm an anarcho-syndicalist. I have more radical economic and political views. But for the purposes of this debate, I'm defending socialism because I believe that is a necessary transitional step in between where we are now and where we need to be in the future. Let's go over it. This was a genuinely fascinating look into the mind of a socialist. There is no capitalist versus worker distinction. At various points in their lives, people occupy each of these. Children can understand that they will get their first job in a lowly position and end up in a high position as they grow older. However, if you have no faith in your ability to climb the ladder, why wouldn't you want socialism? It's the philosophy for the uncompetitive, and as Adam correctly points out, we have our wealth because we are a competitive society. If we change that, we lose our wealth, which is what happened in every other socialist society. It's totally driven by a hatred of the rich and envy of the competent and successful. Business owners don't do nothing. It's like a child's interpretation of life. Let's go over it. We gotta brick by brick, because this is phenomenal. Let's... First of all, there is no capitalist versus worker distinction. Sure there is. One person generates wealth through their labor. One person generates wealth through the labor of others. You see, I am technically a worker, a privileged position, admittedly, but a worker nonetheless, because it is my labor that generates my income. However, if I was a business owner, I could spend literally every day eating Cheetos in bed, and I would still make money. You realize that, right? Now, many business owners also do work, especially for small businesses. It's very common, in fact, for the people who own small businesses to themselves put in more work than anyone else. The fact that when I criticize the concept of ownership, and people like Sargon will then jump on and say, oh, you're saying that these small, poor, tired business owners don't work? How could you? Is an indication that they are deliberately playing defense for the people I am actually criticizing, the people I specifically said in the video that he's commenting under, I'm criticizing. People who generate wealth specifically and exclusively through the labor of people beneath them, who do not contribute anything to the economy. If you don't believe there are business owners who are like that, you're delusional. Do you sincerely believe that the majority of billionaires or millionaires who own a bunch of chains spend most of their time working? Do you sincerely believe, even if they do work, and many of them do, I'm not saying every billionaire just spends their whole day in the pajamas, do you really think they're being compensated for the work they do? Or are they being compensated for the work other people do? Even for small businesses, and again, small business owners do very often work very, very hard. Even for small business owners, while they are getting money for the labor that they do compensate themselves for that. They're also getting compensated for the labor of other people. This is very simple. This is like child's math right here. Look, it's very simple. So here's the brick. Do you see the brick right here? The brick is how much money you make. The more of the brick is made up of labor other people engage in rather than your own labor, the more capitalistier you are. It is basically that simple. So if you're a small business owner and you work 12 hours a day, the vast majority of your money is going to come from your own labor. You're working. However, if you are a obscenely wealthy, say, inheritance baby, or you are a stockholder with investments in a bunch of different corporations, or if you're any one of the numerous billionaires who control the politicians in our country, I'd say a solid 100% of the money you make is actually a product of other people's labor. Unless you moonlight a lot mowing lawns, This conflation of small business owners and true capitalists who have real influence in the economy is the exact sort of tactic that reactionaries like to play to delegitimize criticisms of wealth holding. So then, oh God, there's so much. Sargon. Oh God, you're so fucking dumb. Children can understand they will get their first job in a lowly position, end up in a high position as they grow older. No, we're talking about workers versus capitalists. Most people don't promote into owning a business. You fucking idiot. Of course not. Promote into owning a business? What the fuck are you talking about? However, if you have no faith in your ability to climb the ladder, why wouldn't you want socialism? See, this is literally like a century old capitalist propaganda. And it could be used for anything. It could be used to justify literally any social oppression, any kind of disparity between wealth accumulation. Oh, you have a problem with the system as it exists today? Well, you're just lazy and want handouts. It's the exact same thing, Oh, you don't want there to be a wealth disparity in this country equivalent to the days of the fucking monarchs where the billionaires control proportionally more wealth than the rest of the population? Oh, you're just fucking lazy. Wait, you couldn't just be born a noble? It's ludicrous, and this has been used to justify inequality for centuries, possibly millennia. Like, this has gone back an extraordinarily long time, and it's been as bunk a criticism as ever. The goal here is not to reward laziness. I don't think I ever said anything about rewarding laziness. You still work under socialism. In fact, you would be more invested in your work because you would have partial ownership of any enterprise you work within. So that can't be it. But the fundamental criticism that Sargon is levying here is that any system which does not lead inherently to massive wealth disparity is a system which rewards the lazy and punishes the successful. There are people like Sargon, and by people like Sargon I mean fascists, believe that some people are just inherently better than other people. Like big differences. I'm not talking about small, like maybe this person's a little more hardworking than this person. They believe that some people are just destined to run society, and some people aren't. Some people are just not. They're serfs, essentially. And Sargon believes that business owners are these enlightened people, these big boys, up here. And that by facilitating a system where no individual can own the entirety of a business where multiple people work, we are sort of stealing from those people to reward the Untermenschen. And it's just bunk. I have never in my life seen any evidence to indicate that there's some like distinct superior class of human that intrinsically leads one to be more disposed towards owning a business. They're not. It really is just luck, circumstance, environmental factors. And the idea that building a system where everyone has a greater share in what they work for, building a system where everyone has a greater opportunity to unleash their personal creative ambitions, calling that system one which facilitates laziness, while Carl is defending people who literally make billions off the back of others while contributing nothing to society themselves except for lobbying decisions, is hysterical. He then goes on to say that socialism is totally driven by a hatred of the rich, and I really genuinely cannot fathom a stupider comment. See, unlike Nazis, who hate black people and Jews and what have you because they are black people and Jews, that sort of intrinsic characteristics of who they are, at least if you're a Nazi, we don't hate rich people. We hate a system which allows a small group of people to hold a wildly disproportionate amount of power. This is super simple. Like this is like 101 stuff, you know? This like they hate the rich. This is literally like Fox News talking points. This is literally like you could just click on like Channel 5 and go enjoy this shit. Just sit down with cracking open a cold one and listen to some dumb blonde bitch on Fox News deliver these points. So that's the first paragraph. Also, I imagine at 2515, the leftist adage, the personal is political, no longer applies for reasons unknown, because if you can't critique the politics of your society and everything in your society is political, the stagnant state of Soviet art is adequately explained. I have no idea what he's referring to here. Let's see what's going on at 2515, huh? Because that's when he links. That's the fucking timestamp. We're gonna learn together, okay? Something bold and new. I remember, right now the name escapes me. I remember reading articles on how there is a wave of American literature and TV shows, which was inspired by the comparatively bolder and more innovative works of Russian authors and Russian showmakers. Yeah, that's completely true. What does that have to do with what Carl Gaunt typed out? The leftist adage, the personal is political, no longer applies for reasons unknown, because if you can't critique the politics of your society and everything in your society is political, the stagnant state of Soviet... I have no idea what point he's trying to make. The point that I was trying to make is that with the exception of being able to criticize its own government, because they couldn't, because Soviet Russia was an authoritarian state, Soviet art was actually in many ways more bold and innovative than art in America at the same time period, because the profit motive was no longer like a stranglehold on the limitations that you could sort of get away with in terms of art. What the fuck is he talking about? And then he says, at 36, he just doesn't understand why government-run banks would be ideological, despite Adam already explaining it. Vosh hasn't engaged with the point Adam has raised. So Adam kept insisting over the course of this discussion that that if you took loans from a government bank, then the government would deny loans to people who want to use that loan to start businesses that would threaten the people in power. This was like a wildly stupid point that he couldn't substantiate at any point in the video. For one, right now, private banks do discriminate with their loans, who they send them out to. Banks are actually less likely to give loans to worker co-ops, in spite of the fact that worker co-ops have shown to be more reliably successful and better at weathering financial hardship. So, for one, private banks already do what we're accusing public banks of going to do. And this idea, like what Adam was literally saying was that in a socialist society, like if you wanted to take out a loan to get a co-op started up, that you would go to a government bank. This would be in America, like here. You would go to a government bank and you'd be like, "Hey, I want to I don't know, start a little tech company." And the dude who approves or doesn't approve your loan would go, "I'm sorry, comrade, but actually, state-run business contracts with pre-existing technological companies ensure that they cannot host any competition. I am going to have to deny you your loan, and also you will be shot in the back of the head as soon as you leave these facilities." Like, it was like I think that was literally like what he was arguing. It was like insane ahistorical conspiracy shit. What I pointed out to the contrary was that I went to a public university. I went to a university that was owned by the state, and I went there as a rabidly anti-American leftist who'd like publicly talk about America deserving 9/11. Like, if the government has a predisposition towards taking out people that that threaten their interests in these big public institutions that have a lot of safeguards placed on them and a lot of independence in terms of how they operate, you'd think like wouldn't they be like taking me out? But they don't. And that's me like being actively anti-American, using state resources to further my goal of spreading anti-American propaganda. But they would shut down loans to a co-op business. Yeah, as Mega Drive says, there are already even state-run banks in the United States of America. can someone point, does anyone have like any data? Does the Bank of North Dakota frequently like deny loans to people who threaten the interests of the state? I don't know. Like, this is, of course, like, naturally Sargon of Akkad would agree with this, because when Sargon of Akkad sees a point that's completely unsubstantiated, he thinks, damn, that's a good ass point. That's what he thinks. Let's continue. 3315. This isn't an authoritarian society. Bureaucrats will just control every aspect of your economic life. What did I say?
Book, Why Nations Fail. Creative destruction is very difficult to get started.
This is not my voice.
Long haul of history. He's not worried there. That's thinking of the thing that
he didn't even link to something I said. He linked to something that Adam said. Okay. At no point have I ever said bureaucrats will control every aspect of your economic life. At literally no point. In fact, a market socialist economy would have less government interference over businesses than exists currently, because right now, like, an enormous amount of government regulation goes into making sure that businesses hold to a set of ethical principles, like how they treat their workers, safety standards and stuff, that could be better managed internally if the workplace was a democracy. Like, I'm not saying there wouldn't be any bureaucracy at all, but that's how functioning economies work. At no point did I say bureaucrats will control every aspect of your economic life. I've never even... Oh, apparently the Bank of North Dakota has taken a hit out on several of my chat members. Ah, well, what are you going to do? My goodness. Adam even explains why governments would want to deny innovation. Vosh doesn't understand that small businesses exist? Wait, what do these two sentences have to do with one another? He goes from why governments would want to deny innovation, which no, they wouldn't. They would now if they wanted to, and they don't. Governments benefit from innovation because innovation strengthens the economy, and nations are only as strong as their economy. This is a critique of authoritarianism, not socialism. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? Vosh doesn't understand small businesses exist. In Britain, almost half of all businesses are small businesses, but these are Vosh's capitalist elite that need to be eradicated by total government appropriation of all property and management by government bureaucrats, which at 1445, Vosh thinks this gives the government less power. So this is excellent. We already knew that Sargon is not capable of reading. But now we know he's not capable of listening. Are we entirely sure that Sargon isn't like a concept, like maybe a brain in a jar that just spits out bad takes irrespective of the stimuli given to it? I specifically said in the debate that small businesses are very, very, very different in terms of their ownership to these massive corporations that are owned by the capitalist class. So I specifically said that. That's something he's missed. And I also said at no point will the government appropriate all property and manage it. I specifically said like 8 times over this debate, because Adam didn't get it either, that socialism is corporations collectively owned by their workers, not by the government. I said like 8 times over the course of this debate, the government won't own shit. The government will not own shit. It'll be the workers who own that, not the government. Wait, guys, with me, watch. Socialism is when the businesses are run collectively by the workers, not the government. Not the government, okay? You see? So when I advocate for what's little hammer and sickle, maybe? I don't know. For socialism, I'm advocating for worker control of businesses, not government control. Sargon might have missed that. I only said it like 40 times in the debate. I only said it like 40 fucking times, but that's okay. Hey, listen, reading's hard, listening's hard, internalizing information is hard, thinking is hard. Hey, Sargon, listen, I get it, buddy, okay? I totally get it. It's absurd. It's a direct contradiction. It will end up shock and surprise like the Soviet Union. And Vosh is incredibly enthusiastic about this. So Carl literally does not understand what the Soviet Union was, how its economy was arranged, or what I was saying in this debate. This is like monkeys with a keyboard, or monkeys with like a typewriter, you know? Like if you put enough monkeys together, they'll string together a coherent YouTube comment, except this time they didn't. I don't know how many times in a discussion I have to say the government won't own businesses. And even if government did own businesses, that wouldn't turn it into the Soviet Union. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Privately owned property is the economic strength of society outside the state's direct control. Good thing I specifically said the state would not control any industry, and also said that property rights would be protected for collectively owned businesses. Damn! Clarified that point a few times as well. Understand? Very complicated, I know. I understand that fucking polysyllabic words might elude Sargon's grasp. Am I getting ableist here, talking about Sargon? I don't know what else to do. Like, Sargon is, like, genuinely, like, brain dead. It's actually incredible to me. Like, holy shit, he's so fucking stupid. I have no idea how anyone could miss over the course of this discussion me saying, like, 87 times that the government wouldn't control this. Wouldn't control any collectively owned businesses. But that's okay. Let's keep it going. The government is not the people unless you're in a totalitarian state. I agree. The government is not the people. And I don't know what that has to do with my prescribed system, which has nothing to do with government control. At 4745, Vosh totally fails to understand that private corporations are a competitor for influence and power in society against the government by virtue of them being privately owned, despite it being the foundational premise of his own fucking argument. So here is Sargon unironically arguing that the government and corporations compete with one another. In a country where corporations will literally write bills and put them in front of senators to sign, where billionaires literally have pocket senators that will vote in their favor every time, where the oil, gas, and coal industries collectively completely control the Republican Party, where the billionaire class is substantially more likely to see their interests represented with what gets voted in through the Senate and the House and stuff than the vast majority of the population is, where the regulatory agencies are being gutted over and over and over again to allow businesses and corporations and capitalists to get away with more and more and more every decade. This is a society in which Carl Ghosn legitimately believes private corporations are competing for influence and power against the government. Like the businesses are like, that wily government always denying us our shit. And the government being like, we never collaborate in our interests with private corporations. We are fundamentally opposed to one another. In a country where our government has literally invaded and installed dictators in third world nations so we could grow fucking bananas there. So our fucking fruit corp could get their fucking dollary dues. Incredible. Amazing. Carl says that my own argument is that private corporations are a competitor for influence and power with the government. I actually said publicly owned corporations, socially owned by those who work there, would be a good competitor for power and influence against the government. Because if you collectively own a business, when you are repping your own interests, you're doing so as a worker, not as an owner. You have the same class interests as the rest of the population, not a separate set of class interests, which revolve mostly around tax rates and helicopter fuel shortages. He wants the government to take them all over because he's feeling oppressed by his day job. Guys, is there a funny way for me to say, like, over and over again, I said 20 times during this discussion the government wouldn't be taking over anything? Also, I have the least oppressive day job in the world. Does he not know about me? I guess he probably wouldn't. I have no idea. He hates those rich bastards who do nothing. Where's the lie? It would be better to be oppressed by a bureaucrat than a boss. They'd be fair, not like this guy. I don't know. Did he watch the same debate? I have no idea. This is brainworms. This guy has been making YouTube videos like 3 times a week for like 6 or 7 years. This guy ran for office. And in a discussion where I repeatedly said, he apparently listened to it too. There are timestamps. There are timestamps. He listened to it. This is incredible. Yeah, Carl, I wouldn't even rape you, Benjamin. Carl, Elliot Rogers' mass killing was the fault of feminism, Benjamin. Carl, aren't you guys being the N-words, Benjamin? He just fails to understand the alternative is to become your own boss or work for a small business. Ah, yes, small businesses where labor exploitation famously never takes place. And ah, yes, just become your own boss, forehead. What if you just learned how to code? Of course, middle management in a company with 100,000 employees don't give a shit about you, but maybe the manager of a family business would. What the fuck is he talking about? No. Labor exploitation happens just as much in small businesses and large ones. In fact, I actually think that labor exploitation and labor violations happen more often in small businesses because small business owners can very often use their intimacy with their workers to guilt them into not reporting, say, missed payments, unpaid overtime, labor violations, a lack of lunch breaks. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that all family businesses are run by tyrants or anything, but like, no, this just go work for a small business. Now he's acting as though my problem is not being loved by my manager. Why the hell are you working for mega corporations in cities, dummies? The good life is outside the cities. Just look at the richest and most prosperous states for regular people. It's not the Dem-run coasts. What? Is he talking about cities versus rural or Dem versus Republic? What the fuck is he talking about? Poverty rate by the state? I thought he was talking about city versus rural. The poverty rate in the rural community is much higher than the poverty rate. Wait, is he unironically saying that you would be less likely to be poor if you moved out into the fucking Rust Belt? I'm sorry, I'm an American. This is like actually offensive to me. This degree of ignorance from a Britbonger is like actually offensive to me. Holy shit. What the fuck? Then correlate that with the distribution of small business across America, which is 47.5% of the entire economy. Look how well that lines up. It's because these are following the English model of self-reliance. It produces competitiveness without chaos, with the state acting as the intermediary versus the impartial rule of law. What the fuck is he talking about? Ah, yes, the actually rural guys. Rural areas have the highest prosperity because of small businesses, because of the English economic model, because of the impartial rule of law. Holy shit. Is this what cultural appropriation feels like? Is this like being fucking Native American and seeing someone wandering around with a feather headdress? Because I'm feeling like my American heritage is getting stomped on right now by these wildly fucking brain dead comments. Putting hands in the power of the people is the English model he's raging against. So small businesses are people power. Guys, you want to liberate the proletariat? Just go work for a business with less than 12 employees. What? I gotta be careful. What the fuck? It's the backbone of our success in the English-speaking world. Free people with rights. Is he like Grant's? Is he pretending that he reads like political theory? Free people with rights who operate in society under rule of law with an earned degree of influence and wealth, who are not controlled by the government and free to speak against it. What the fuck is he talking about? Okay, that is what freedom looks like most accurately, which is why Vosh himself was able to identify the US by saying we're still a free country. By his own admission, the US is a free country because of that model. No, I was saying we were still a free country because we have the First Amendment and can criticize the government. What? Ah, yes, the US is still a free country because by the English small business model, you can always choose to work for a business with less than 12 employees. That's what freedom looks like. This is... Power today is not as concentrated now as it was in the time of the pharaohs at all. That's an absurd statement to make. Actually, it's not. In terms of wealth inequality, right now we're basically pharaoh tier. In terms of like the disproportionate holding of wealth by the elites in our society, comparable to the wealth held by the general population, we're actually, yeah, it's like at the time of the pharaohs or worse. That's about how great the economic disparity is. By what metric? Economic, which is what I said in the debate. He lives in a self-admitted free country with separation of powers, checks and balances where half the economy is small businesses. That's just obviously not true. Why is he not being laughed at? And then he just ends the comment right there. I can't believe this guy has 1 million subs. This was like the most preposterously brain dead. Literally every point was wrong, and a half of them stemmed from him not understanding what I was talking about. So, to sum it up, we live in the freest society ever, and it's because we have small businesses for slightly less than half the economy. And also, authoritarianism is bad, which is what I was advocating for, and bureaucrats will control every aspect of your economic life, except for the 87 points where I said that the government wouldn't control shit in a proper socialist society. Oh, man. It's actually dumber now that I read it aloud for stream. Whatever. No point in grandstanding. Carl, I gotta say, I have no idea how you stumbled across this video. This video has 6,000 views. You have 1 million YouTube subscribers. No, it has 4,000 views. Somebody must have told you about me. I can only assume that's what happened. Somebody was like, hey, you heard this Vosh guy? He did a debate. That was fucking pathetic, my dude. That's seriously what you have? Holy shit. You chose to type that comment out. I can't, this isn't even like in a voice debate where you could like conceivably like make a mistake or misstep or over like say something bad or whatever. Like this isn't excusable in that way. You typed it out. You had time to edit that. You time-stamped it. And everything you said was dumb. Not just wrong. You can be wrong and not dumb. But it was dumb. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's about the most that I can expect from somebody who got their fucking YouTube start on Gamergate shit. That's about the highest esteemed intellect the internet has to offer from that particular era. Whatever the case may be, Sargon, hey, you can do better, okay? I know you've got at least a few more IQ points. I know you can hit double-digit IQ YouTube comments if you keep trying, all right? Keep working at it. Next time, take notes while watching my videos, okay? You seem to have a really slippery memory, okay? But the next time I defend socialism, I'll be sure to throw in a few more "the government won't be controlling everything's, you idiots." So you can keep that in mind, okay? It'll be like, from me to you, a little kiss with love to your wilted, dying brain. All right. Jesus Christ, that was stupid. God help me. Debate Sargon. Of course I'd debate Sargon. Are you fucking kidding me? Guys, hey. If you find Sargon walking down the street, if you see him like crawling down the street, propelling himself by like rubbing his lips against the asphalt because he's not smart enough to operate like 2 limbs at the same time, hey, let him know. I'm totally down to debate him. I'll debate 1 million sub YouTube dumbfuck any day of the week, actually. Now, let's go over donos, huh? Lou Duva with the €2. Oh, I already went over that one. Nice. Duck with the $5. Thank you. I like ducks. Me too. The Left Tech Cat with the 2 something. Are you gonna debate Sargon 1v1? Sure, if he fucking approaches me. I can't. He doesn't even have a Twitter. He's been like permabanned off Twitter, right? Greek Anarchist with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Yo, just want to say I think you're the coolest bread tuber. Keep up the good fight, comrade. Destroy Sargon Vosh. Also, wanted to know what your thoughts are on Kyle Kalinske. I've only watched a little bit of Kyle Kalinski's stuff. I mean, he's not radical enough for me, but he seems like intelligent. I don't know. Maybe a little foul-tempered. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. Marcus Sarn with the 20 Swedish kroner. Will you debate Vincent James? Vincent James. That sounds familiar. Oh, this was the Binder Andy. This was Binder Andy from Destiny's stream. This was the idiot, the dumb fuck, the fucking race realist guy. Yeah, Binder Andy. Sure, but I'm not in favor of gun control, so I don't know what I'd argue with him on. I'm very pro-gun. Piotr Online with the $5. If we didn't need some labor due to automation, would it be right to starve those who don't work? No. If the economy is so efficient that it can run at max capacity without everyone in society needing to put in work, that's an incredible achievement. That would be extraordinary. And those people will still probably do work. They'll still keep house. They'll still raise children. They'll still, we can, I don't know, government cleanup program, trash tag 2024. I don't fucking know. No, they shouldn't starve. It's a good thing if our economy is that efficient. Bro9650 with $5. So if Africa will develop but still be restricted under the colonialist system that has kept them in bondage for centuries, do you think that as Africa grows, especially in tech, it'll revolt against China's attempts to exert political control? I think that there will be a couple of nations in Africa that will be lucky enough to exert economic influence that they can pressure against China. But in terms of a military revolt, that's not really in the cards for a truly developed nation. I can't think... yeah, no. Usually what happens is that civil resistance grows until the imperialist nation has to pull back. But China is probably going to be a lot more brutal in its imperialism than we are currently capable of being. We'll see. China. Emery 81 with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Love you, love your work, have some dollars. I love me too. And I love you. Thank you for those dollars. Deadpool 3E with the $2. Keep in mind, Sargon is the same person who hand-waves problems in society black people have, whether it's due to government authoritarianism or the ills of the hood, can be solved by just getting married. Yeah, I mean, guys, Sargon is legit subhuman tier dumb fuck. Sargon believes that every problem that black people experience in America can be solved by black people getting married more. Sargon of Akkad believes that Black Lives Matter is a black supremacist movement. Sargon has actually unironically said that he likes Trump because it triggers the lips. He's actually said that. Not a meme, but he's actually said that. He crashed UKIP into the ground. He said, I wouldn't even rape you, to a public figure who was talking about her experience being sexually assaulted, and then refused to apologize about it on live television before getting cold-shouldered by the hosts of that television show. And he's a fascist. He is a fascist. He's also the same person who said that London is no longer a British city because there are lots of brown people there. He's a fasci, is what he is. And he's a particularly stupid one at that. White nationalists have openly said that he's a good, transitionary, he's a good intermediary position between being an angry, dumb fuck white dude gamer to being a full-on neo-Nazi. He's actually been acknowledged. Not just a public figure and MP. Oh yeah, a fucking MP, not just a public figure. Do I support decentralized planning, or am I more of a mutualist guy? I'm a mutualist guy as an intermediary step before the glorious anarcho-syndicalist empire, okay? Crowder is worse than Sargon because he has much more reach and his propaganda is much more targeted. Sargon, however, has maybe 1/4 of Crowder's IQ. Maybe. This is the only time that IQ actually means anything. It's when you're insulting right-wing demagogues. Jin with the $5. Got a bunch of money through commissions lately, so now I feel compelled to share my enormous wealth. $30. Ooh. Happy to be expropriating 16.66% of your labor, comrade. Be sure to show up next week to do the same. When do you think Sargon and Crowder will go full JQ? Crowder never will. Sargon might one day do it, though. Sargon has no principles whatsoever. Excuse me. Pirate Finn with the 2 something. I see the UKIP fascists are out in full force. Hey, YouTube chat. YouTube chat. Type all caps here if you're a fascist and you're watching. Come on. Let's get some participation going, YouTube chat. I see some people in YouTube chat saying that Sargon is a social democrat, so you can probably throw up a here. Lemon Bastard with the $5. Sargon of Applebee's didn't just run for office. He ran under UKIP, noted racist and nationalist party, and he is such a toxic and incompetent loser he made their already shit reputation even worse. Yeah, didn't Nigel Farage leave UKIP after Sargon and such joined it because it was getting too toxic even for Nigel Farage? There we go, YouTube chat. Isn't it fun to be honest with yourself? Joan Dasm with the $5. Didn't Sargon defend the Christchurch shooter? If he did, I didn't read about it. Love you, buddy. How do you square the claim of no government-owned businesses in a society with a central bank controlled by the government? Hope you're feeling better. Okay, when I say no government-run businesses, what I actually mean is the government's not going to seize all private property and run it as a state enterprise. I do think there are a couple of enterprises that the government should control, namely certain infrastructural needs and also inelastic needs. So stuff like healthcare, for example, the post office, infrastructure development, I think even construction. You could make a really good case for the government being in sole control of like construction, at least in public for roadways and highways and stuff. And banks. I think that those are reasonable claims. But when people say government takeover of business, what they mean is that like every single business, the government's going to march in and shoot the fucking business owners and stuff. And yeah, electricity, military. I think transportation, you could make a reasonable case for it being socially owned. And I am feeling a little better, Joan Dasm. Look at how much less I'm coughing, huh? Neon Nor with the 10 something or other. And our kids can't be anti-imperialist. Thank you, Neon Nor. I disagree. You should give me another 10 units of currency to tell me why you believe anarchists can't be anti-imperialist. I think what you mean to say is anarchists can't be anti-imperialist, unlike MLs who show them how imperialism is done. Hey, we know what the USSR was up to back in its heyday. Yeah, anti-imperialist, yeah. Posadas John with the $1. Vosh, the Supreme Court actually ruled some businesses are people, so unfortunately some people actually think that way. Well, you know, what are you going to do? Oh, you're right, I forgot. The USSR's imperialism was actually good imperialism. Addy with the $10. Are you aware Sargon has not entirely decided on if global warming is real or not? The evidence is just too unclear. Well, it probably does own the libs when he denies reality and, you know, helps us hurtle towards oblivion. So at least he's getting that. Geeb with the $5. Do you listen to Cumtown? No, but I go on the subreddit for my daily dose of irony poisoning. I've made up my mind. Cumtown is actually reactionary. I know people get mad about that, but it's also like pretty funny. So listen, guys, it's reactionary but funny. Just leave it. Just accept it. Okay. Go on Cumtown. I'm controversial enough. That's okay. Castilla Ramirez with the $2. How psycho do you think Sargon's kids must be? I don't know, dude. Reasonable, non-zero chance Sargon rapes his children. Do you have any evidence that he doesn't? I'm not saying he does. I'm just saying it's non-0% chance. Good point, you're correct with the 50 Swedish kronar. Speaking of Soygon being active again, would be fun to see you talk with Mr. Medicare. You two can probably meme forever about this guy. Hey, listen, much as I hate Sargon, I also hate Mr. Medicare. Every single time I see somebody praising Mr. Medicare, it's from a full fucking 1488 Gas the Jews type. So, you know, I don't watch any of Mr. Medicare's content myself, but I gotta say, I am a little bit curious as to what it is he's doing to attract the interest of so many of that type. Medicare called you Mini Destiny, by the way, but I weigh at least twice as much as Destiny. Yeah, the only thing I know about Medicare is from his debate with Destiny, and in it he came off like a fucking lunatic, so I don't know. Ooh. Oh, baby, let's not waste any time. I've got so much shit I want to talk about. Folks. Medicare's only thing he can say against you involves horses, and quite frankly, I think your beliefs about horses are valid and encouraging. Nothing gives me more pleasure than seeing right-leaning people try to make fun of me by saying that I want to fuck horses. Imagine, just fucking imagine how lame you'd have to be to not want to fuck a horse. Honestly, it's just really sad. So I'm glad that, you know, they're poor taste has sort of careened them away from, legitimate criticisms against me. Do you think after we get real strong unions, decentralized planning is realistic and desirable? I think good arguments can be made in favor of it. One second. Yeah, have we all seen what Milo has been up to? Thank you, Posadas John. Ah. Mouthsissimo with the $10. Thank you. I already posted this in your Discord, but why isn't there a pan-Arabic Muslim ethno-state over there? I'm part of Beta/Israel ethno-state, by the way, so it would be cool if this happened. We can make one. Why not? Also, thank you, comrade. Yeah, here we go. Milo apparently tried to go to a fucking furry convention and they said no and left. This is really fucking pathetic, guys. This is really fucking pathetic. Holy shit. Can you imagine being a right-leaning demagogue like Milo, top of the world, then, whoops, just accidentally defended pedophilia, and now even the fucking conservatives won't touch you because, hey, listen, if you're a conservative, you can be gay or you can fuck children, but you can't do both. That's how accepting conservatives are, by the way. Conservatives are okay with you being gay or a pedophile, whereas left-leaning people are only okay with you being gay. Another example of actually the right being the more tolerant ones. Anyway, for memes aside, this is really fucking pathetic. Right-wing persona non grata Milo Yiannopoulos announced he has adopted a fursona as a snow leopard and that he purchased tickets to a furry convention. In response, organizers rescinded his event registration. Yiannopoulos posted an email screenshot to one of the few platforms he has left, his Telegram messaging channel, on Saturday and claimed he registered for Midwest Fur Fest, a con to celebrate the furry fandom hosted in the suburbs of Chicago this December. Furries, as they're often called, group people, well, we all know what furries are. Every single person here has fucked a furry. Claimed on Telegram he had submitted a form to suggest he host a panel called The Politics of Fur. He asked his followers who plan to attend Midwest Fur Fest to message him to arrange dinner, drinks, photos, or anything else. So a fan meetup organized on Telegram to go to a furry con that his ticket got rescinded to. Can you fucking imagine? In a statement later provided to Right Wing Watch, organizers wrote they had rescinded Yiannopoulos' registration for the event and that he would not be welcome to attend Midwest Fur Fest or any future event. Hate is not welcome at Midwest Fur Fest. We are dedicated to blah, blah, blah. You've all seen this message a million times before. Oh, man, this is such a good fucking meme, dude. Fuck Milo. Hey, guys, deplatforming works. Where was that thing of Milo? Oh, there we go. How long has Song been gone? Scroll up, scroll up. Oh, it was only muted for like 10 seconds. Like 30 seconds? Not like 30 seconds, Nia. Jesus. Anyhow. Telegram is this like bargain basement social media website. And Milo was like sobbing on here. Just like a little over a week ago. Everyone is stalling on Telegram. This is what will kill the platform. We're all losing interest in it. Microscopic followings like 20,000 are not going to sustain people like me. It's just not a good use of my time to be here, talking to the same 1,000 people, none of whom buy books, tickets, or anything or donate. Views on my posts have crashed down to 2 or 3K total. Hey guys. That means I now have like 20 times the active audience as Milo. Channel keeps getting muted. I'm close to quitting. I lost 4 million fans in my last round of bans. Vosh is an imperialist racist? Blaze, how so? Hit me up. 4 million. I spent years growing and developing and investing in my fan base. They just took it away in a flash. Keep in mind that Milo literally did nothing and contributed nothing. He was literally just a professional troll. He existed exclusively to like anger people who aren't racist and sexist and stuff. This 19K bullshit here is not going to cut it. It's nice to have a little private chat with my gold star homies, but I can't make a career out of a handful of people like that. I can't put food on the table this way. Whew! Milo, you could always get a job. Ever thought about that one, Milo? Got a little bit too used to the grifter's lifestyle. Burned away all those millions. Could learn to code. Can't really find anyone who's managing to grow a really big channel here. Everyone is hitting a wall. There's no future to Telegram for social media refugees if this is the best it gets. I'll just retire from social media entirely, to be honest. Problem is, where else is there to go? Big tech has us on the ropes here. We aren't working with many options here. I get more interaction here than I do anywhere else. Guys, you wonder why it's always the conservatives who are complaining about big tech? Hey, listen, don't get me wrong. I don't like big tech either. But the reason why these people, who for decades pull yourself up by your bootstraps, if you don't like it, make your own video game, if you don't like it, make your own tech company, are now whining about the nationalization of the tech industry, which will never happen, is because they're the ones who are too stupid to follow the very basic, very flexible TOS guidelines. So demoralizing. I'm not going to waste myself on an audience of 2,000. I just refuse. Listen to him. He sounds so fucking whiny. I'm too good for 2,000. I'm not going to waste myself on it. Gab, relentlessly, exhaustingly hostile and jam-packed full of teen racists who totally dictate the tone in discussion, can't post without being called a pedo-kike infiltrator half a dozen times. Ooh, damn! Milo complaining about a community on a social media site being hostile and racist and Nazi. Damn, Milo, maybe you shouldn't yourself be a Nazi. For those of you who don't know, Milo has been seen like sea-kyling with Nazis at public events, praising other Nazis, and I'm pretty sure his computer password was the date of the night of broken glass. Do I have that correctly? Someone remembers that a little bit better than me, right? He had like a password, and and the password was the date for when all the Jews were like killed and their businesses were destroyed. Was it Night of Long Knives? Ah, Long Knives. Gotcha. So yeah, Milo is, if at least not a Nazi, Nazi adjacent. Parler, zero interaction, no one is on there. Telegram, a wasteland. None of them drive traffic. None of them have audiences who buy or commit to anything. Unless something monumental changes, we are just going to be driven off the internet forever. Damn! Wouldn't that be a shame? Yeah, the funny thing is, Milo himself would always call himself a race-mixing kike faggot and appeal to Nazis. And I think he is all those things. He does have a black boyfriend. He is gay. He is Jewish. And he cultivated an audience of Nazis. And wow, hey guys, whoa, incredible. Hey, whoa, guys. It turns out, if you're a minority and you cultivate an audience of Nazis, they're only going to tolerate you for as long as you're politically expedient to tolerate. And the moment you're not, they will have no love for you. They will drop you. They will viciously mock you. You will be a pariah to them. Because, hey, as it turns out, Nazis and fascists don't actually like minority groups. Wow. Really? Really? You think if you're gay and you race mix, you don't think the audience that you've cultivated of white nationalists is going to have a problem with that as soon as it's not funny to keep you around anymore because you're not big enough to own the libs anymore. Hey, Cyberwitch Lexi. Damn. Well, hopefully Milo finds himself a job. There are plenty of lawns to be mowed. I hope he is able to find due compensation for his labor soon. God, that's so fucking pathetic. Yeah, and remember, lest you ever feel even a glimmer of sympathy for Milo Yiannopoulos, it was Kristallnacht. Long Knives was the internal purge. Yeah, Long Knives was when they killed the socialists in the Nazi party. Kristallnacht was when they killed the Jews. Kristallnacht is a Nazi euphemism. Jesus Christ, you people. Fine, Night of Broken Glass. Fucking Nancy's in here, Jesus. Let me go over donos, then we've got like 87 other things to go over. He claims to be a practicing Catholic, but has Jewish heritage, allegedly. Well, yeah, Nazis will kill you for that, too. Nazis don't give a fuck if you're a practicing Jew. That's not a what is it? Oh, like you'd have the little gold star patch, and you'd be like, actually, sir, you know, I don't practice. We just, you know, it's just a family trip. Like, oh, okay, yeah, you're free to go. No. They want to eliminate the perceived ethnicity, even though the existence of this perceived ethnicity is pretty dicey. Have you ever actually looked at the 4chan, like 8chan pull threads where they're like, here's how everyone in existence is Jewish? If you actually look it up, most of these people, it's more like 8 generations ago, they had an aunt who was Jewish, and it kept for like 1 generation, and since then they've all been like Christian or agnostic. You know, that's most of it. Yeah, they treat it like it's a blood cult. Like it's like 1 drop, basically. You know, it's not like a cultural thing or a religious thing to them. To them, they have a genetic predisposition towards like destroying their host country or something. It's a good meme. Anyhow, let me go over donos. Then we've got like 6 more things to go over. Oh, nice. Neo-Marxist with the $5. Please debunk and debate Angry Foreigner. If you can successfully debate him, you'll literally solve the anti-immigration problem in Sweden. Some of his videos are in Swedish, and if you want to debunk him, you should watch one of his English videos. But I like America. I don't care about Sweden. I like America. Who is this person? Angry Foreigner? Guys, at the end of the... You can't argue against the ethno-nationalist deuterinos. Wow, is this really what he looks like? Is this really what he looks like? Is this person really complaining about foreign influence in his country? Jesus fucking Christ. Guys, no... Guys, no ableist Reno or anything, but goddamn, listen, let me tell you, if I wanted to have somebody who was repping like the racial purity of my country, oh man. Sorry, no body shame, Reno. Hey, what was that? Can I find that panel? Yeah. From the Preacher comic. You actually think he looks alright? You have bad taste, Nels Fame. Anyway, this comic has its moments. Alright, what are we looking at here? Why Sweden doesn't like me or why I question authority. The downfall... Wow, the downfall of a generation, and it has a picture of Stalin and a picture of a girl with horn-rimmed glasses and rainbow hair. Wow, I wonder what incredibly unique and exciting takes this person has on society. It's so bad. Pancom, if I missed it, then just type out the donation text as well so I can look at it again. I may have skipped over it in a hurry. All right, anyway. We go over donations, and we've got more shit. Jiggly Puffite, nice name, with the tier 1 sub. Autistic ethno-state win. Also, what's your thoughts on the Mick Mignogna thing? Vic Mignogna. The Vic Mignogna lawsuit? He's a voice actor? Sexual harassment allegations? I have no idea what this is. We can't have an autistic ethno-state because the entire community is autistic. Why would we need the ethno-state? Farrell with the $2. I can say that because I'm autistic. Farrell with the $2. Both left and alt-right wing Telegram hates Milo. Everyone hates Milo. He was unlikable from the beginning. Nobody liked Milo. Nobody liked Milo. People just let him do what he wanted because he was super triggering and he triggered the libs and trigger. That's the only reason. Nobody gave a fuck about him. Nobody liked him. That's the reason why his fucking YouTube and Twitter gets banned. And bam, his entire fan base, millions of people, out like a light. Gone. No loyalty to him. No loyalty. I'd have to look more into it, Lexi. Pirate Finn with the $5. Quit social media entirely. Conservatives are threatening us with a good time once again. Yeah, please. Who? Oh no, don't go. And don't take your friends with you. Andre Wilson with the $1. Pretty sure Nigel Garage left UKIP because he shit the bed on Brexit. Didn't need more than 12 scandals at once. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking it had less to do with Sargmom and more to do with Brexit fail. I think he saw the writing on the wall for UKIP, which was in large part due to their decision, not necessarily due to their decision to bring Sargon on, but to them being in a position where they felt that was a good idea, if you know what I mean. Venus with the $10, thank you. Consider this a reward for a good showing in the socialism versus capitalism debate. I think only the most passionate capitalist shills will think they won that one. Yeah, like Sargon, who thinks I was arguing for state control of enterprise the entire time. Oh boy. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. Naomi92 with the 666. It was the Crystal Knock Long Times with them. Gotcha. Log the Dog with the $1. Kyle Kalinske hides his leftist power level. Also, how do you feel about liquid democracy or other alternatives to republics, or are you in favor of them? I want to read more about liquid democracy, but from what I've read, I think I like it very much. But this would be like a slow implementation. Honestly, even representative democracy would be very, very, very tolerable if we got rid of the first past the post voting system and had like an actual decent voting system. A lot of people shit on representative democracy, but forget that most of the reason why representative democracy is fucking broken is because of our first past the post voting system. Antonia Sosa mention a link asking for donations, help me go to school, leave a toxic environment and better my life. Oh, I don't typically like doing these, but comrades, listen. Do some direct fucking action, okay? Here's a fucking GoFundMe. I'm gonna link that shit in chat. Alright? People need money, not just me. Lots of people need money. I'm posting that shit in chat. Godspeed. Go forth. Pancom314. I love you, okay? Stay strong. I'm posting it in YouTube chat, too. So if you get any Nazi dollars, it's not my fault, alright? Antonio Sousa with the $2.79 Canadian. Notice me, Vosh. You have been noticed, Antonio. Consider yourself lucky. Liquid Smoke with the 50 Swedish kronar. Thank you. Is Milo still a thing? Last time I heard anything about from him, ContraPoints called themselves a crossdresser. Seems so long ago. Yeah, Milo got BTFO'd in 2017, right? 2017? Right? I think so. It has been a while, but he was pretty influential for a while. There was a good 2-year period where Milo felt like he was fucking everywhere. Shouldn't I be full cam? There we go. Creative Nothing. Hey, Creative Nothing with a tier 2 sub. Thank you. Vosh, they made a rational wiki page about you and it sort of seems like some lib shit. Ooh, we should go over that. Let's look at my fucking rational wiki page. I haven't gone over it on stream, but I want to. Hold on, almost done with donos. Rabadam with the 20 Norwegian kroner. Angry F is Bosnian and autistic and smart. Angry F. Angry foreigner. Ah, he's smart? Well, cool. I'm smart. Don't dox myself again? Oh, yeah, not this time. Also, guys, check it out. Oh, wait, actually, I'm not going to show you. I've been using NordVPN, and it's really good, but I'm not showing you because I'm going to take a sponsorship deal before I show you. Nice meme. Ishmael Aguilar with the $2. Thank you. More PragerU videos, please. They only put out so many a week, and a lot of them aren't even worth responding to. Cyberwitch Lexi with the $5. I'm a depressed piece of shit, but your streams are a good time. Now take my money, you cuck daddy. Happy to provide you entertainment, Lexi. I hope you feel better soon. I know depression doesn't work that way. I love you. Project Rapto with the $2. So what happens to social media websites under socialism? That's super complicated. There are a lot of things that can happen to it. I do think there probably should be some kind of protections placed on these very large social media companies by the government. I mean, like protections for the people who use them, like privacy protections, or like or like some method of appealing for impartiality in terms of TOS violations, something like that. But it's very complicated. The companies themselves, for tech companies, they'll be socially owned, of course, but in terms of how we can more responsibly mitigate that kind of power, you know, I don't know. That's very complicated. But the full-on, like, nationalization of tech companies will never, ever, ever happen. PU has a video saying the alt-right are very small and actually leftist. Yeah, I know. We're not Nazis. By the way, all Nazis are actually leftists. Nazism is left-leaning, but here we do all the things that Nazis do, but when we do it, it's right-leaning, which means it's good. Unknown all the time with the $1. Would you be willing to comment on Steve McRae's tweet on how they, them pronouns are a fad/trend, so post-hoc non-binary are also a fad/trend? What's my problem with social democracy? Because you're still a capitalist society. Social democracy is preferable to what we have here in America, but you still don't have a liberated proletariat. There are still miserably suicidal people in Norway. You still have a society that isn't oriented around human need. You have a society that orients itself around capital. There are many, many problems, even with the most ethical invocation of capitalism. So what is this tweet? They, them isn't a gender, it's a fashion accessory for shallow twats who just want to cash in on the current fad of the victim bucks culture, which rewards narcissists for public acts of self-absorption, masquerading as some kind of virtuous activism. Wow. What a pretentious fucking statement. Holy shit. Fashion accessory for shallow twats. Hey, speaking of being a fashion accessory for shallow twats, want to cash out the current fad of the victim bucks culture, rewards narcissists for their public... No, what? No. They, them has been used as a singular pronoun for literally hundreds of years. It's an incredibly stupid take. Yeah, and Sokdem societies in Europe are built off of imperialism as well. Antonia Swusa with the $7 Canadian. If you like bad TV, The Good Fight has an episode making fun of Milo. Also, notice me, Vosh. You've been noticed twice now, Antonio. Nice. And I don't like bad TV, as it turns out. But, you know, that's life. Almost good. Almost good. Posadas John with the $1. Kyle is not hiding his power level. He's actually just what Bernie is pretending to be. But I still love Kyle. Yeah, I mean, there's still value there. Clever Anon with the 250 rubles. Which Minecraft music disc is your favorite? What's the Minecraft music disc that just has the spooky, scratchy music? Do you know what I'm talking about? The scratchy, it just has like weird, like electro trance. It's 11? Yeah, 11 was my favorite. That was my shit. Super. Talk about the China-Hong Kong thing. What if both sides are bad? Neither should be supported. I prefer Hong Kong to China any day. Guys, liberal capitalist democracy is better than what China currently has. China has authoritarian capitalist, not democracy. That's enough. The only song I can be reasonably sure the fucking YouTube content ID censors won't pick up on, huh? Mexiball Nation with the $5. Why is it when I see Paul Joseph Watson I can smell alcohol and cigarettes with antidepressant pills? Because Paul Joseph Watson looks like a fucking mess. He's like a 40-year-old man and he wears like Pepe hoodies. He looks, I don't know if it's the brain force pills. There's something wrong with how he looks. I don't know. I mean, he does literally smoke, so it fits, but there is something wrong with how he looks. Superficially, he's quite handsome, but there's some weird irregularity. It looks like he's always crying. His eyes always look a little bit too, I don't know, sunken in. His lips are huge, but then that's just DSL. You know, that's not a problem. I don't know. There's just something up. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, it's all the soy from Brain Force. It's rotting his body. Hold on, my friends. It's time. Let's fucking do it. Oh, I should probably change my my stream title, huh? Look at this. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I gotta be careful fucking... yesterday I did my first chest workout. Chest day. In 3 or 4 years. And, oh, boy. Oh, boy. My triceps and pecs are fucking killing me. Jesus Christ. My fucking boobies. Ah. Oh, God. I'm actually not that much weaker than I was in high school when it comes to my chest. It's a little embarrassing because, like, I should be pulling heavier weight than this. Give me 6 months and I'll be pretty strong. But, right now I'm able to rep, like, 110 on bench. That's okay for not having worked out in, like, 4 years, I think. So, I'm hopefully going to be able to, within 2 months or so, be able to rep 1 plate. And then from that point forward, you know, the gains will be a little bit slower. That's not bad for 4 years off. Yeah, I think it's pretty okay. How much did I do? My girlfriend was able to, I believe, rep 60 or 55? 55 or 60. You had a 5 plate on each side, babe. I think? And I'm proud of you. Weak baby. Is that kilogram or pounds? Do I look like I can rep 110 kilograms? Does that look like me? What the fuck are you talking about? No, I think 110 pounds is like 45 kilograms. Let's see how close my guess is. 110 pounds. Okay, about 50 kilograms. Okay, all right, I was close. 50 kilograms. All right, my friends. Look at this. Look at my fucking Rational Wiki page. This is some quality content right here. Draft Vosh. So it hasn't been released fully. Vosh is a pro-markets anarcho-syndicalist, so good, so far so good, YouTuber who has recently gained a modest amount of fame, okay, on the site for his videos criticizing reactionary content, okay, such as that of Hunter Avallone. Okay. Before making his own channel, he went by Irish Laddie, was predominantly known for his appearances on Destiny's streams. Here are my general positions, okay? This is good. Vosh is in favor of socialism, but specifically libertarian socialism and syndicalism. Vosh believes market economies are not inherently harmful. Yeah, for the most part. Staunch advocate for political violence, believes a revolution is the only true way to achieve socialism. Yeah, okay, yeah. Vosh believes that despite being Jewish nationalists, Zionists have a very strong tendency to be anti-Semitic themselves. Yeah, totally. As such, he sees Ben Shapiro as a fascist or at least fascistic, easily. Based on his video about Slavoj Žižek, he believes it's okay to criticize political correctness as long as it's not being used as a dog whistle for a conservative and or fascist agenda. Despite his hostility towards centrism, he's surprisingly good friends with Shoeonhead as of late. He is pansexual and is, as such, a vocal LGBT rights advocate. More specifically, he has devoted many of his videos to debunking transphobic fearmongering. He supports Bernie Sanders' 2020 campaign for President of the United States. You know what needs to be added to this shit? You know what's fucking waiting on this? My fucking, amazing Jesse Lee Peterson interview. That's what we need. The only shit that's here, I debated fucking Hunter Avallone and like that's it. Where are my big boy debates? Where are they at? Those are my general positions apparently. What's funny is this actually used to be more negative. There used to be like, it used to be phrased more negatively. I don't know if you guys got to it, if you fucking upped it or something, but there used to be like, they defended saying, there was one that was like defended saying the N-word on stream after Slavoj Žižek or something, you know? It was originally like based on his video about Slavoj Žižek, believes it's okay to say the N-word or something like that. Anyway, and then we got the controversies. This is good. Here we go. In March 2019, several direct messages leaked into Vosh, previously an Irish laddie, acting very creepy towards his victims, which is capitalized, up to and including sending unsolicited pictures, not true, never sent nudes, before logs being leaked of the events and discussed by Destiny. What does this link to? Oh, it just links to Destiny. He played with the idea of confronting one of the victims and allegedly played with the idea of doxing one of them as well. I like how there's a source request here and there is no source to be provided. Thank you, brave little boy who asked for the source. I am in your debt. I would love to see a source of that as well. After this drama occurred, Vosh and his admin/mods White Nervosa and Rodriguez commented he should try to dissociate from his old moniker Irish Laddie for Vosh Video, which he'd already been using for some time in order to deflect some backlash. So I tried to dissociate from my old moniker Irish Laddie for Vosh Video, which I had already been using for some time. That the classic changing my name 3 months before drama happens to avoid the backlash. And then the transphobia. In June 2019, Vosh received pushback among several Twitter users, ranging from some of his fan base to the compilation account Hot Sis Takes, for posting a tweet many interpreted to be dismissive of trans people offended by misgendering. Vosh insisted it was a joke intended to mock transphobes, that he meant no ill will towards trans people. To his credit, his YouTube content is remarkably pro-trans, especially by the standards of the site. Many rejected this characterization, stating that this tweet sounded far too similar to something actual transphobes would say to justify committing violence against trans people, almost as if he was making light of such a serious issue on transphobia. Vosh has also said the N-word with the hard R on his stream. Okay, guys, it's been far enough that I feel I can revisit this. I feel like I can revisit this now. Where's the tweet? Where's the tweet that I did? Wait, is there seriously nothing about this on Google? I see this screenshot post around so many goddamn times. Yeah, no matter what you do, if you look up my name, you're going to see like people talking about horses. I can't actually find it. Here we go. Guys, I found it. Look at this. All right, I want guys. Wait, really quickly, before we do it. I'm not even like proselytizing here. Okay, I'm actually asking for your honest opinion. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Honest opinion. All right. So I did a tweet a while ago. People interpreted it as transphobia. I'm going to throw it up on the screen. I want your opinions. Does this look transphobic, or does this look like an admittedly awkward joke making fun of transphobes? I want your take. I'm being serious, okay? This was months ago. I'm distant. We're over it, okay? I'm just curious. How do you feel about this? Honestly, fuck trans people. I accidentally misgender people over text so often, and it's 100% typos from my meaty paws. And it never fucking matters except with you bitches. Fuck you. Whose idea was it to make she and he basically the same word? Can we get a poll? We need a poll. Transphobia or up? Here we go. All right, well. Listen, I've gotten better at making jokes, okay? Listen, it's a learning process. Yeah, the joke as I intended it is that I'm being deliberately irrational. The joke is that because I'm clumsy, I occasionally mistype he for she and vice versa, and I'm blaming trans people for my physical ineptitude. That was the intended joke. Oh, Comrade Cora, probably sometime in the upcoming week. My cough seems to have abated mostly, so I can have some people on. Oh, guys, are you hyped for... Oh yeah, true, Hyena. My debate with Digibro? It's happening. It's fucking happening. Sometime in the next week. My, oh, no. My, a little bit of additional context, to the tweet that I made. The trans tweet. We're gonna be debating Yang. Andrew Yang. But I'm gonna try and talk about anime too, because we both like anime. But I'm misrepresenting Digibro? I haven't made any claims about Digibro yet. How can I be misrepresenting him? What the fuck? A little bit of extra context to that tweet I just showed, by the way. The worst part is, like Hyena just said, I made that tweet after she and I had a really romantic fuck in the car, around like sunset out by the swamp, you know, out by the marsh. So we got to like go enjoy all the like the beautiful sunset over the water and all the nice plants and stuff in Northern California. And I filled her up, you know? And then I made that tweet, and then I got home and everyone was mad at me, and I spent the rest of the night mad on Twitter. Would I be willing to talk to Andrew Yang? Get up. Hey, Vosh's channel is the next fucking gatekeeper to the presidential race. I want fucking John Delaney in here. I want fucking Klobuchar in here. I want fucking Buttchug in here. I want fucking Yang. I want them in. It all leading up to Bernie. Narrator, don't leave. I haven't even shouted out your fucking tier 3 sub yet. Hold on. Narrator with the tier 3 sub. Thank you, comrade. You missed my YouTube super chat, which is super relevant right now because I just got called in to do a double at work. Life is pain. But I really wanted to ask, why'd you get rid of the pill bottles on your desk? That really helped me out to see. Oh, I'm still on fucking mood stabilizers. I just leave them on my bedside now because the house that I live in is much bigger than it is before, and I only ever remember to take it right before bed, so I just have it on my nightstand. But yeah, I should probably keep it here. Right up here. Remind everyone that I'm fucking gay. Have a good one, comrade. Good luck with your fucking double shift. That sounds grueling. Yay! Anyway. And then this was the stupidest one of all, I think. In June 2019, White Nervosa, one of the admins for Vosh Vidya, stole the CSS for the Destiny.gg website to create Voss.gg. She later claimed it was not stolen and in fact given to her by I Lied About Cake, who later denied that they gave it to her and said it was in fact stolen. This is the stupidest back and forth I've ever seen in my fucking life. Nothing about this website was stolen. White Nervosa got some advice from I Lied About Cake and then took this open source software that we have permission to use from Destiny, the owner of the website, and made this new website, Vosh.gg, which looks like this. Look, see? Here's my bar up here. This is where I see donations. This is streamer only. It's so stupid. Yeah, White Nervosa, fucking crack criminal mastermind, fucking snuck it, broke the lock, snuck into Destiny's $2 million Los Angeles fuck dungeon, and stole the CSS. How much do you want to do a tick video? Don't pay me money to do videos. What about Shoe on Head? What about Shoe on Head? I like Shoe on Head. Am I gonna say the N-word? It's tempting, yeah, always. Do you miss Nebraska, Steve, just like the rest of us? Mixed opinions. Where can we watch your talk with JLP? Give it 4 more weeks. They'll release it soon. Anyway, here, hold on. There's a video that I've been wanting to do for a while. We've also got a fuck ton of people watching today. That's probably because of the initial Sargon title, but I have to say, it sure is nice seeing you folks. Wait, what the fuck is this? Hold on. What's the context for the N-word? I said the N-word once, I said the N-word once while I was on the kill stream. The kill, I was arguing with Nazis. They were actual Nazis, and they weren't being subtle about it. They kept saying like the N-word and like kike and stuff. And one of the guys, Rand, a fucking lunatic, that man. You said it for no reason yesterday. The N-word is with a hard R, Hyena. Nobody gives a fuck about N-word with a soft A. Anyway, and Rand was like a fucking lunatic, and he was for some reason he swapped from saying the N-word all the way to the N-word, as in the abbreviation. And he kept saying he was making fun of black people or something. And then I was like, don't you mean N-word? And I said it all the way. The point being that I'm not scared of him using slurs. That's something that neo-Nazis and other like reactionaries like to do a lot. They'll banty about with offensive language or like racist or transphobic language in an attempt to like unnerve you. Like, ha, look how much we don't care about your shitty morals and fucking black people and trans people. But a good way to deal with that is just to show them you like don't give a fuck. You're completely unimpressed. You're like not fazed at all by it. It makes them look like children. And when I did it, they all shut the fuck up for a few seconds, and afterwards he stopped saying the N-word. I was on point on that one. I stand by that. And also I say the N-word like 3 times a day off stream. I'm kidding, of course. Anyway, what the fuck is this? I thought we were going to talk about dudes. PragerU. Oh no. I don't want this. God damn it. These are always so fucking stupid. All right.
Do you remember America?
Yeah.
If you read about it in a history...
Okay, really quick, really phenomenally quick fashion tip, okay? If you're going to grow a goatee, don't grow it to stubble length and then trim it there. Holy God, this would look so much better if he grew out the fucking facial hair.
History textbook. You probably learned about a land of oppression, racism, sexism, income inequality, police brutality, and imperial wars.
No, no. Whoa, wait. What history books were you reading? Wait, I'm sorry. Pardon my public school education. I didn't learn anything about the bad shit that America was doing until I got to college. In high school, we touched on slavery for like a bit, but it was mostly us celebrating the triumphs of Abraham Lincoln and the Underground Railroad and such. I did not get a thorough analysis of what was wrong with this country in my public education. When I went to university, I started learning more, but that's because I took sociology, and sociological analysis literally requires an understanding of those subjects. What the fuck is this idea that most Americans think that America is defined exclusively by its negative aspects? I wish. Okay.
From that, it was a great place. That is how America is portrayed in most American high schools and colleges.
High schools and colleges are two very different places. I don't know why you would mix both of those in.
And America's media, films, and by its progressive politicians.
I already know where this is going. I know where this is going. Guys, I can... Hi, I'm Vosh with PragerU. Have you ever noticed that the libcucks keep complaining that America did bad things, like slavery and racism? America wasn't even the only place that did slavery and racism. Some places even do slavery and racism today. Unlike us, we elected Obama. Also with sexism, women have stuff today. Why do people complain about America so much? Nothing is wrong, and if there is something wrong, you should shut up about it. Don't shut up about it, but you should find a more civil way to express your disagreements with America. But don't do it in schools or education. Don't kneel during football flag field game mid-quarter, however sports works. Just don't make a fuss. I'm Vosh with Prager University. That's what we're gonna get. We're gonna get this.
In the words of filmmaker Michael Moore,
Hello.
America is a nation founded on genocide, built on the backs of slaves, and maintained through the subjugation of women to second-class citizenship and economic disempowerment.
Damn. Didn't know you were so fucking cool, Michael Moore. True. Now that's a truer right there if I ever heard one. Hey guys, can I just be real with you for a second? I'm not one of those dumb fucks who believes that America is the great Satan that's done everything wrong with the world, and that if we just got rid of America, then like everything would be fine, okay? Pretty much every country on Earth has a pretty disgusting internal legacy. You would have a hard time finding a country that doesn't have a history of internal racist subjugation or of imperialism or of exploitation. Like this thing, a lot, you know? But America is a really powerful country. Like we're really strong, and we have been for a pretty long time. And for that reason, while all countries have problems, we're in a unique position where our problems are more severe or more powerful, so our problems are magnified. And if we want to make America better, we have to focus on those problems. That's the fundamental disagreement between people like me and people like the propagandists who pay people at PragerU to make these videos. I believe that it's good to make things better. Whereas the people who run PragerU believe that things are fine as they are, and in fact were probably better in the yesteryears, and that we should move back towards that. I like progress, I like improvement, and in order to progress and improve, you have to be critical of the thing which you are trying to improve. It's funny because people like those who work at PragerU are always the ones who whine and whine about the degradation of victory, the degradation of competition, participation trophies, lazy welfare queens, not, what's wrong with you? Don't ask what's wrong with the system, what's wrong with you? They're very, very, very quick to levy criticism against individuals who they feel are responsible for systemic problems. However, they're very, very unwilling to address any systemic criticisms. And there are reasons for that, and most of them are because they hate you. Unless you're a billionaire white man who's cis and straight, they hate you. They really do. They don't think very much of you. So they're willing to be critical of you. But being critical of America as a whole means that you're being critical, to a large extent, of the power structures which have led America to be this way. And who but they are in control of those power structures? They don't want to take that criticism. They would rather throw it onto you. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Is that America's history? Is that who
Yes.
Americans were and are?
Yes.
George Orwell understood that the most effective way to destroy a people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history.
I couldn't agree more, PragerU. Wow, maybe you should cut it out then, because America's history is one of segregation, slavery, exploitation of the developing world and of women. So maybe you should cut it out then.
History is much more than a collection of facts. History, and our understanding of it, tells us who we are as a people in the same way your personal memories and experiences define and shape who you are.
That's some gross fucking nationalism right there. Huh, yeah, I'm sorry. When I wake up every day and I think, who am I try to reflect on my personal experiences, not on the fucking history of my state. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a fucking nationalist. I don't believe that my, personal reality is defined by the nature of the state, the borders that I was born within, who we are as a people. Yeah, who we are as a people. War, exploitation, genocide, slavery, blah, 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 blah. Work on it. Improve. What do you want? Take some fucking responsibility.
Wipe out your memory, and you wipe out your identity.
No, which is funny because it is precisely these people who are right now calling for the negative aspects of America's history to be obliterated.
When you raise a generation of Americans to hold their country's past in contempt by exaggerating America's faults and ignoring its triumphs.
Well, again, God, these are so fucking dishonest. Notice how these are elementary school kids?
When you raise a
No fucking elementary school kids are being taught about America's faults. When I was in elementary school, I was taught Christopher Columbus was a fucking hero, okay? Look at the dishonesty. Look at the gall of these people who dare accuse us of propagandizing when they are literally engaging in erasure right now. History erasure. Look at this. Yeah, right. Like fucking elementary school students are being taught all the horrors and woes of America's history. These kids are being taught about fucking Christopher Columbus, like George Washington chopping down the fucking cherry tree, crossing the Delaware. We fought back the mean old British, and also, what history do you even teach elementary school kids? I don't even fucking know. I don't remember. Did I even get taught history in elementary school? Thanksgiving, I guess? I have no idea. Yeah, we taught the Indians how to grow corn. Hand turkeys. Yeah, exactly. Everyone make your own feather headdresses. Like, what the fuck? So, okay, so let's break down the levels here. So for one, implying that our elementary school kids are being taught this shit.
Of Americans to hold their country's past in contempt.
Nobody's being taught to hold America's past in contempt. That's an emotionally loaded sentiment that PragerU would be keen on delivering, not actual historians.
Exaggerating America's faults and ignoring its triumphs.
Nobody is ignoring America's triumphs. I spent literally 12 years of my life learning about America's triumphs. It was only in college that I began to learn about its faults. Nobody's exaggerating its faults. It's funny, PragerU are over here, a Chicken Little Sky is Falling about the end of history and destroying the American identity, when, I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure that all of the opinions that I have on history concerning America's faults come from actual accredited historians, actual professionals who have actually dedicated their entire lives to this kind of research. In fact, the field of historians in general tends to be pretty left-leaning because, as it turns out, being aware of society, being aware of our society's history, means you tend to catch on to some patterns, like what we tend to do to folks we don't like, socially speaking. So, I'm sorry, PragerU, if you want to write a book or maybe do some history citations rebutting the fucking billions and billions of collective man hours that have been put into understanding America's history, probably millions, not billions, be my guest. Go right ahead, my friendos. Have a grand old time with it, okay? But until you do that, you don't really have much of a leg to stand on when it comes to saying that we're exaggerating America's faults.
Then they will have no respect for American institutions.
Good.
Or the beliefs on which the nation is based.
You don't have any respect for the beliefs in which the nation is based. You claim to be a constitutionalist, but you're not in favor of freedom of speech when it comes to burning flags. You claim to support the separation of church and state. At least that was a pretty founding principle of America. But you argue that like the Bible is necessary for humans and Americans to like grow and develop into fully formed human beings. You claim to be in favor of egalitarianism, equality, fraternity, and brotherhood, the principles of the Enlightenment. But then you vehemently oppose any social movement which is designed to bring about exactly that. You claim to be in favor of private industry, but then you argue unironically that because Twitter and YouTube have terms of service that they can ban people for, the government should seize these industries. These people have literally no principles, certainly not for American beliefs, like not even fucking close. Their only principles are to the fiduciary interests of the people who pay them to make these videos.
It hasn't always been this way. Until the last few decades, liberals and conservatives alike shared a common understanding of America's origins, its history, and its mission of spreading liberty.
How can anyone in a post 9/11 world unironically hear the phrase America's mission of spreading liberty and not immediately bust a fucking gut? Oh yeah. Also, PragerU, I thought you were against the erasure of history because you're making some shit up right now. There have been massive ideological differences in how we perceive America forever. Do you remember? You said a few decades ago was the civil rights movement. Do you remember what was going on back in those days? Do you think everyone across the political aisle had a shared idea of America's vision of the world at that point in time? Probably not. I don't know why you're engaging in historical erasure.
Within America and around the world, they recognized America as the country of the Pilgrims and James.
Guys, historical erasure is bad. Let's repeat every fairy tale we were ever told from 3rd grade by our conservative uncle. The country of the Pilgrims, we taught the Redskins how to farm corn. And all their deaths were due to illness, nothing we could do. And we spread liberty abroad.
Jamestown, of the self-evident truths of the Declaration of Independence.
Self-evident truths of the Declaration. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Is that right? Life, but they support the death penalty and support foreign wars. Liberty, but they're in favor of revoking citizenship for people who burn the flags. And pursuit of happiness, but they want to defund and destroy any institutions that have been metrically proven to increase the likelihood of people living fulfilling lives. Got him.
Of the individual rights won through revolution and secured in the U.S. Constitution. This was the country of the frontier spirit, of almost unlimited possibility.
This is, by the way, this is exactly what I mean by historical revisionism. This is why conservatives don't really exist in academia. Not in these fields, at least. Not in history. Very, very small portion of conservatives in academia. Because they don't want history. This isn't history. They want a nice, pretty story, a nice, cute set of ideas that they can use to paint over all the ugly realities that they themselves are complicit in perpetuating. That's why they don't really exist in academia. So when you ask yourself, oh, why is academia so left-leaning? Because this is the alternative. This is the alternative. I could give a 5-minute breakdown of history of America that was pretty charitable. I could be like, all right, so America was founded. It was a bourgeois revolution in the interest of the landowners of the time. That's why the common citizen couldn't vote. But nonetheless, it was an improvement over monarchy. And as we see throughout history, while there have been many, many missteps, we have nonetheless done a great many things in America worth celebrating. I could honestly, and without revising history, be charitable towards America. I have to leave in criticisms as well because I'm not a liar like PragerU, but I could do it. But that's not what PragerU is interested in. They don't want a charitable depiction of America. They want to lie to keep people complicit.
The country that paid for the sin of slavery with the carnage of its civil war.
Okay. From PragerU, the people who argue that actually it was a states' rights thing, not a slavery thing. Paid for it with the carnage of the Civil War? What the fuck does that mean? How does white people fighting over property rights mean we've paid for what we did to black people? What the fuck are we talking about?
of economic dynamism and endless invention, of unparalleled individual opportunity.
Except that class mobility has been going down decade after decade since the deregulations that have followed the New Deal. But okay, that's all right. Economic dynamicism, except we're growing more and more economically stratified with every year. Yep.
And the country that defeated fascism and communism.
We're in your fucking backyard, buddy. Should have double tapped. We're still here. Also defeated fascism, as though the fucking USSR wasn't like 80% responsible for the death of for the destruction of Nazi Germany. Again, they don't want truth. They just want like pretty lies.
In the 20th century. Previous generations took all this for granted and reveled in it.
All the lies, everything dishonest you just said. That's a bad thing. It's a bad thing when hundreds of millions of people are lulled into complicity from a fake story, a completely ahistorical narrative pushed onto them by propagandists. That's a bad thing. Listen, fucking PragerU. Hey, claims to be pro-liberty, believes that organizations funded by oil billionaires should be able to disseminate blatant propaganda about America's history to keep its population complicit. Whew.
So what changed?
The libs.
Starting in the 1960s,
the libs.
A new so-called progressive narrative took hold that sought not to uplift, inspire, and unite.
Damn, was that around the time of the civil rights movement? Wow, I wonder why they were interested in being critical of. Damn, if only the people who were literal second-class citizens could have been more accepting of America's bountiful positives.
But to demean, degrade, and divide. It sought to replace the pride of American achievement with shame. Ironically, this
by not treating black people like second-class citizens.
All happened while America was making extraordinary strides in civil rights.
Yeah, the progressive narrative was done by the people. America wasn't making strides in civil rights. These people were making strides in civil rights against you. Fucking 50 years ago, you would have been one of the fucking white suit colonel dipshits talking about how the Negroes should learn their place, how the Negroes should keep to their own neighborhoods. That's what they're up for. That's what the progressive narrative is up against. You. And now, because it's 60 years later, you get to stand on the back of their successes and act as though you weren't one of the people who would have been responsible for the perpetuation of their oppression. I love this shit. I love this shit. Every single fucking time I watch one of these videos, the people who are responsible for making PragerU videos should be, nothing bad should happen to them physically. I'm very against political violence. Nothing should happen to them. No violence. No murders. No deportation. No fucking chicken's blood smeared in X's across the front doors of their loved ones, okay? None of that. Those are all bad, okay? Don't do those things. This is fucking pathetic. Can you imagine what species of human, what sniveling worm that wears the skin of a human would go so far as to appear in a propagandizing video, chastising people who want to portray America accurately, putting up a little fucking ditzy third grader story about how America is perfect and has done no wrong and is the harbor birthplace of all things good in the world, and then go so far as to say that you are taking credit for the accomplishments of civil rights while demeaning the mentality that earned them those rights. Absolutely fucking pathetic.
Especially for minorities and women.
Damn!
But anything less than perfection.
All right, I'm calm now.
Which can never exist, given that every society is composed of flawed human beings, is now considered a total failure.
Nobody has ever said that once. I have been in the humanities programs. No one there has ever said, hey guys, damn, we can't give everyone the exact same amount of money and everyone be treated perfectly equally at all times. Might as well fucking pack it in. It's not good enough. Citation needed.
And victims of the past are elevated as an indictment of the present.
I mean, if the victims of the past are also the victims of the present, isn't the average fucking household wealth of a black family like 1/10 that of a white family? Like, I don't know.
All the classic American touchstones have been undermined. According to the progressive narrative, Christopher Columbus discovered America only to despoil it,
Holy shit, he's unironically defending Christopher Columbus. No, the progressive narratives that he came there because he was on the payroll of the, what was it, the Spanish Queen? And then he came here and committed genocide. He did, it's full genocide, guys. I don't know what you read in the history books. Christopher Columbus didn't like come up there and they like fought a little bit. They full genocide. Full fucking rounding people up, executing people, like full shit, with a deliberate attempt to exterminate the Native Americans. It was genocide, is what it was.
The founders wrote the Constitution only to codify their ownership of slaves.
No, I have never heard anyone say that.
The great
guys, I'm so fucking far to the left. I have never heard anyone say that in my life. The only reason the was to codify their slave owner. They already owned the slaves. What the fuck does that mean? What? They already owned the fucking slaves. I have no fucking idea what that means. I've never heard that in my life. I've never heard that claim.
Captains of industry enrich themselves only by exploiting the poor.
Well, okay. Hey. Hey, where's the lie, buddy?
American traditions that were perfectly acceptable even a few years ago.
Like what?
Pledging allegiance to the flag, singing the national anthem, even saying Merry Christmas.
Oh my god. These fucking boomers. You can still do all of these things if you want to. Nobody is stopping you. Nobody is stopping you. War on Christmas shit. Abso-fucking-lutely. All of these things are dorky, mind you, but if you want to do them, nobody is stopping you. Free speech.
Have been called into question, mocked, and sometimes banned.
Oh no. Okay. First of all, nobody has banned Merry Christmas, you unbelievably whiny cunt. Holy shit. Christmas is I guess Christmas is canceled. I had no idea. Fuck. Are there like warrants out for me? Because I'm pretty sure I say Merry Christmas all the time, every season, to everyone who I know celebrates Christmas, which is most people. Oh no. Called into question and mocked. I thought you were in favor of free speech. What happened to that constitutionalist bent you were going for, PragerU? You have a problem with traditions being called into question and mocked? What, do you think people should just venerate traditions no matter what and they should never be criticized? Do you think black people should be second-class citizens or even slaves? Those things are traditions. In fact, keeping black people as slaves was a tradition for centuries longer than singing the national anthem is today. So what the fuck is that called? Oh no, we've called into question. Some people have made fun of us for weirdly fucking singing the national anthem, for this weird ritual we force our children into where we have to pledge their lives to the nation state before they can enjoy a day of school. Oh no, what a strange fucking, wow, damn, criticizing that? Goodness me, only doom can follow.
The outcome of this new, nonviolent civil war between those who hold America and its history in contempt and those who, without denying its flaws, revere it.
Without denying its flaws after this fucking video. Jesus fucking Christ. Guys, remember, the real war here isn't between those who criticize and those who adulate America. The real war here is between people who support real history, who actually care about history and truth and understanding our country, and people who think that understanding is less important than uncritical adulation of. Because he said right there, praising America while still being cognizant of its flaws. But I promise you, being cognizant of its flaws means nothing to these people. When they say that, like, oh yeah, we'll still recognize its flaws, I mean, you know that they're lying, right? You know when they say, hey, you know, we love America, we're still critical of it sometimes. What they actually mean is love America and we'll fight any criticism against it, because criticism against America is criticism against the power structures within America, and we are those power structures. We are the billionaire oil barons who fund PragerU. We are the Republican senators who take kickbacks from those fucking mega international corporations. We are the people who benefit from keeping you stupid and ignorant. The irony of them citing George fucking Orwell at the beginning of a video where they engage in what is pretty dystopian, like Oceania level, like history retelling is fantastic. Truly fantastic. For any of you who haven't actually fucking read 1984, like, there are huge segments of it dedicated to explaining the extent to which the party is willing to rewrite previous history to bring about this vision of the party and the Oceania being this perpetual, eternally good thing. And that is precisely what they are doing here. They just went over America's history as, we have the colonial spirit. We we were the pilgrims. We taught them how to make corn. We did slavery, but then we made it all better by fighting, even though we would have supported the South at that time. This isn't a war against, like, pro or anti-America. This is pro or anti-truth. This is pro or anti-misinformation.
America will determine the future of the American experiment, the new history we will make. Is America a country that was built by slavery, or a country that overcame and abolished slavery at the cost of 600,000 lives? Is America a country of rampant discrimination, or an accepting people in active pursuit of a more perfect union?
Notice how every single thing good they list here is something they would have fought against or do continue to fight against. And every single thing they say is bad here is something that still exists and hasn't been dealt with.
Is it a country of grinding exploitation, or a land of limitless opportunity? The time has come to choose. How will you remember America? I'm James Robbins, columnist for USA Today and author of Erasing America for Prager University.
Kill yourself, you piece of shit, you fucking fascist cunt. Not in Minecraft. That was fun. Anyway, yeah, like, if, like, being in support, like, these people are one of the greatest threats to this country imaginable. Billionaires funding propaganda networks that push out, like, content that's this bad. Let me blow my nose, and then I guess we'll go over donations. Yeet. Nice meme. Scorpions fans RW with the $10. Fallout 3 or New Vegas? New Vegas? Yeah, what's up?
Oh, I messaged you. Do you want any food? Do you want taquitos?
Oh, I love taquitos, but I'm not going to be done with streaming for 2 more hours, probably.
Okay, so you don't want to eat during stream?
Nah.
Would you prefer ravioli after?
I love ravioli.
Do you like red sauce with ravioli?
Nah, I like white sauce with ravioli.
I don't know if we have either. I'll see.
I mean, I can take it dry.
Yeah. I just want to make sure. Okay.
I love you.
So would you want ravioli after? I can make it.
Yeah, in like 2 hours.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Cool.
Love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Nice. What was I saying? Yeah, New Vegas is much better than Fallout 3 easily, but I'm still not a fan of that style of game. Duck with the tier 1 sub. I hope your titties get better. Me too. It's mostly my triceps that are killing me every single fucking time I pull my arm in. Yay. K-Dash Prime. My room is less cluttered. I took out all the cardboard boxes. Now it's just a chair with an Amazon package and my jacket on it, and also some plastic stuff, and also a bin lid and some more foam soundproofing. Don't worry about it, okay? Which are your kind of game? Listen, I'm a pathologic boy, okay? T with the $2. What are your opinion on Chappelle's new special? I haven't watched the super bad bits. I've only watched one clip from it, and it was him whining about Jussie Smollett. It seemed like it'd be all right. Like, it's probably reactionary, but it's probably, like, fine. Like, Dave Chappelle is a funny dude. I doubt it's as funny as his old stuff, though. I haven't seen it yet, really. Narrator with the $1. Okay, Vosh, take my $26 in total today. I have to go to work in 20 minutes. Can I get some tier 3 hype in chat? Hello, gang. We got you that fucking tier 3. Irish Spectato Farmer with the $5. What are your thoughts on the tarred ableism? Only I can say that. Known as Naked Ape, he had a dumb video against atheists a while back that he claimed took him 30 days to make. Wait, he made a video against atheists? Is Naked Ape a fundamentalist? Like a... Where's this person on YouTube? I don't see him. Yeah, Naked Ape is a Nazi, yeah. Yeah, Naked Ape is actually fucking crazy. Larry Banks with the $1. Did you ever watch videos from the right-wing side of YouTubers criticizing Sargon, like Medicare, the Killstream, Dame Persos, Porcelain's video on him as a feel like they did more damage mocking Sargon due to cross-audience from the left and media? Well, the reason why Medicare, the Killstream, Dame Passport, like the reason they mock Sargon is because Sargon's a fucking idiot, not because they have a problem with his reactionary politics. I don't really care about making fun of a reactionary unless we're making fun of them for the right reasons. Like, why the fuck should I care if the Killstream, Nazis, are making fun of Sargon, a fascist? Like, what? Okay. All right. You know? Aisha OL with the $5. I talked to Nazi a few days ago. He believed all trans people were trying to kill religion and replace it with science. There are the echoes there. To help the Jews take over the world. Damn, trans people are cool. Tactics advanced the $5. Funny how MAGA inherently implies America was at some point not great, but if you criticize anything about it, they immediately go love it or leave it. Well, conservatives have brainworms. There's really no point in talking to them. Conservatives are subhumanly stupid. There's really no point. They're not even people. Posadash John with $1. I'm sure you're in infatuation with Horsecock, as you've heard the Horsecock song by Pepper Coyote, right? Nope, I don't listen to music. I have not heard that song. Ronald Rump with the $5. Recovering from a suicide attempt. Your streams give me hope for a better tomorrow. Much love, comrade. Hey, tomorrow is still probably going to be shit, to be perfectly honest. But maybe the day after that, okay? Never look forward to tomorrow. Always look forward to the day after tomorrow. Ronald Rump, I hope you feel better soon, okay? Please don't take your life. If you do, the fascists win. Frederick O. Njehagen with the 100 Norwegian kroner. I think that's just $10. Don't get your fucking pants in a knot, chat. But still, thank you. Did you see that Jordan Peterson is holding a keynote speech at Politicon? Yeah, when is Politicon again? October 26th. It's too late for me to go. Maybe I can go next year. I would love so much to go up there. Oh, man. Politicon sucks? Well, I'll make it better. Kyle Kalinske is debating Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I think it'll go better than when he debated Hassan. Hassan still did pretty okay, though. Cyberwitch Lexi with the Tier 2 sub. Guess I should up this to Tier 2 finally. Cyberwitch Lexi, I hope you enjoy your dark orange name. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. Bro9650 with the $1. Thank you for relieving some of my fears in regards to the African continent. I have extended family who are resettling in Ghana, and I was worried about the country's future. Even if China's moving in there, at least the material conditions are improving. Yeah, even being the victim of, like, soft, like, economic imperialism would probably be better to most of what sub-Saharan Africa is currently dealing with. Obviously, that's not, like, good, but it's probably an improvement. I think there's a lot of room for Africa to develop in the near future. Like, genuine room. Africa is a lot bigger than a lot of people think. Like, a lot of people don't realize, but... Wait, that map is tiny. A lot of people don't realize, but Africa is actually a really fucking big... Every map has a different, like, relative size projection. Like, there's no perfect map or whatever. But, like, you could fit, like, 2 or 3 United States of Americas inside of Africa. And the United States of America doesn't have a particularly high level of population density. There's a lot of room for Africa to grow. And having a high population increases the likelihood of them being able to resist imperialist oppression in the near future. Rico Nova with the $5. I don't always agree with your tone, but you're a valuable ally, and I hope for your continued success. Rico Nova, thank you. Out of curiosity, is that because I tell people to kill themselves, or is that because I'm like a transphobe or whatever? What angle is it coming from? I'm curious. Let me know in the comments below. Make sure to like, subscribe, and donate for a chance to win my approval. Hey, Magical Fruit Basket. How you doing, buddy? I do know there are different map projection types. Posada John with the $1. What's the chance that Ben Shapiro will go full JQ? Unironically asking, I honestly think he might turn. I don't think Ben Shapiro will. Ben Shapiro seems to me like someone who is like a massive internal, what do you call it? Cognitive dissonance? Vosh's worldview beyond the usual left liberal stuff is incoherent and myopic. Blaze! You've got one chance to not get banned, and that's to debate me right now. Blaze? Join my Discord, buddy. I would love to talk with you. You seem to have very strong opinions on me. Don't have a mic? Whoop! Sorry, Blaze. You're just not that important. Sorry, chat. I think that Ben Shapiro has a lot of cognitive dissonance. I don't think he realizes the extent to which he's pushing essentially Nazism without the Jews. I think that there's a hole in his brain. I don't know. At the end of the day, a lot of people like adulate Ben Shapiro for being very impressive, but he really is the same scared, nerdy kid who was picked on in high school that he's always been. You think Shapiro is 100% conscious? I don't know. I feel like that hole is called money. Yeah, I don't think Shapiro is as cognizant as Crowder, for example. How does the development of poor nations square with the threat of global warming? It's like a fucked either way thing. Like, on one hand, we could implement strict global controls on industrialization, which would help the environment, but would also mean that many countries don't get to go through a full industrialization period, essentially condemning them to a perpetual economic third worldism. And that's bad. The best solution that I've seen implemented would never, ever, ever go through. Like, literally never go through. And that would be for... You guys really think Shapiro is more cognizant than Crowder? I disagree, but whatever. The only meaningful solution that I have seen is that strict global controls are put in on industrialization, and to compensate, industrialized nations give a huge amount of money to unindustrialized nations to help them develop in a way that doesn't fuck over the environment. Really, like, that'll never happen, but that seems to me like the most reasonable solution. Anyway, hold on. Daniel Sullivan with the $5. Should I skip Pathologic 1, go right to the remake/sequel, or do the first one first? Skip Pathologic 1. Pathologic 2 is essentially a remake with nods to people who have played the first. But play Pathologic 2. It's unbelievably good. It's so good.
Who are we to judge? Can we judge? And who are we to say that these people are not actual ponies? That's the real question. They've entered the pony space. They are now ponies. So
this sounds like something I would say.
Here's the real question. If they say they are a pony, who are you to say they are not a pony? Who are you? Who are you to define them? What makes you so cishuman? What makes you? Why can't they go by their preferred pronouns? Right? They can be they. Who knows? Who are we to judge? Can we judge?
Man, conservatives really do have one joke. It's fucking wild. Will I watch King Crocodile's Postmodernist video? Maddie Last, not right now, no. That's like a 30-minute video. Like, that doesn't really appeal to the interest of most of the people who watch me. But I will go over it at some point in the near future. Lynn with the $5. Yo, I've missed your stream lot recently because I'm in Europe for job. Frowny face. Here's $5 to celebrate the stream being early enough to forget I'm outside the freedom zone. Hey! Hey! You can't ever be outside the freedom zone, comrade. The freedom zone is where you keep your heart. Do I know like Risk of Rain? Yeah, I've played both Risk of Rains. I'm pretty okay at them too. Dream Express with the $2. Take these dollars, make sure to pay your reparations this month. Also, don't forget to apologize to a black person today. I never forget, comrade. You don't need to remind me twice. And Tactics Advance with the $5. I wanted to say I'm glad I found your channel. Live with my parents currently, who literally watch Fox News 24/7. It's made me very suicidal and making me bipolar/angry. Hey, listen, comrade. Conservatives are subhumanly stupid, okay? Please pay them no mind. Please, please, really do. Just imagine that the Fox News in the background is incoherent jarble that appeals exclusively to people who will never in their lives be politically cogent. Okay? Like, you have to distance yourself from that. It's self-harm. Leanna Stephens with the $5. Have you heard of QAnon? It's concerning how many people believe this stuff. Yeah, I have, and I've even considered doing a video on it, but what is there to even fucking say? It's the stupidest conspiracy theory I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I can understand believing in the deep state as a concept, but then to go ahead and say that, like, there's one person leaking shit through 4chan, and maybe it's more than one person, and maybe, like, this... Eats Sandmano with the $5. Tankies be like...
I'd like an ice cream about this high. Okay, coming right up.
I want that.
What do I owe you? Nothing. It's for free. Free!
This is stupid. Fuck you. Okay. God damn it. Do I have any important relationship advice? I'm shit at relationships. Don't fucking talk to me. Okay. Oh, nice, Pig Puncher. Yeah, getting you through a dungeon on WoW, huh? Hey, you know what else could have gotten you through a dungeon on WoW? Fucking Session 0. All right, hold on. Actually, can I talk with you guys about something really quick? Like, how do I not be crass about this? Yeah, okay, so I feel like most Nazis are, like, really mentally ill. Like it's really bad. I interact with a lot of Nazis, on account of my job. They're on my Twitter, they're in my email, they're in my Discord DMs, especially since I joined that politics server I did an AMA with. I get a lot of messages from them, and as a control group, I also get a lot of messages from non-Nazis, to be fair. And, man, a lot of Nazis really act like paranoid schizophrenics. I don't want to come off like I'm a fucking mental health expert or anything, because I'm not. But every time I interact with a Nazi, like literally every single time, it's always a coin flip on whether they're going to be like actually incoherent. Flamenco is a really, really good example. Like, do you guys want to see some shit? Look at this. This is Flamenco's DMs to me. The last time I messaged Flamenco was in late July. And since then, no, this isn't the alcoholic. This is the kid who hung around with the alcoholic. And whenever I talk to him, I tried to talk to him once, like actually talk to him. Like that was this conversation, I think. Here, no, it was this one. Yeah, okay. So I think it started with Flamenco making fun of me because on D Live, Nick Fuentes, he got more viewers than me. But for a brief period of time, I was actually the top person on D Live because I got on before Nick. And so I was the top person on D Live, and I took a screenshot because it's cool. I'm at the top of the thingy. And then Flamenco's like, months afterwards. How long afterwards was this? This was from June, so this was an entire month afterwards. He messaged me, "Hey buddy, why'd you post the screenshot after Nick left?" And I tried to explain to Flamenco that I didn't. I played Sekiro after the end of the first Democratic debates. So this was taken before Nick got on. And I tried to explain that to him, and he was like, it's hard to tell the difference between lying and stupid, leaning towards lying. And like, I explained that the timeline doesn't line up, and he's like, I'm pretty sure 8 is bigger than 4, Vosh. I don't know. He was like so desperate to get a getcha. Every single post that he made, even when he was factually and provably wrong in the easiest way possible, he would be contentious. And then he just kept typing, and I just stopped responding. I get this a lot. And it's really, really weird to me. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with being mentally ill. I have autism. That's not really a mental illness per se, but neuroatypical. I have autism, I have ADHD, and I have bipolar disorder. I ignore the first two because I'm fine being a Zoomer. But for the third one, I take mood stabilizers. I don't think there's anything wrong with being mentally ill, like or being neuroatypical at all. However, it does meaningfully affect your behavior. Sometimes in bad ways, you know? Yeah, Pig Puncher, who's right there. There he goes. Pig Puncher has also experienced a lot of harassment from Flamenco. Flamenco also disguised himself as somebody else to try and talk to me during the Discord AMA that I did, tried to hit me with a gotcha, and then upon failing disappeared and ran back to Kiwi Farms to continue attempting to dox me and Pig Puncher. These people are unstable. They really are. And it's not because Nazis are just like, you have to be psychotic to be a Nazi. We did tests during the Nuremberg trials on the Nazi officials, and these people were psychologically healthy. These people were, for the most part, psychologically well. The original Nazis, the German Nazis, the Nazi Party, these people they seem to be more or less mentally well. There were a lot of problems with them, but it wasn't a problem of psychosis. But these modern Nazis aren't. They are not well, and it makes me feel weird for the most part. I think a lot of it is because these people are being deliberately targeted. Like, think about it. Like think about the Nazi pipeline. Like, here, we can do it. Paint stream. A lot of it is ideology that fosters conspiratorial thinking. That's true, but conservatives also tend to do that. Here, we'll just do a new one. I think we're going to need a new, slightly larger canvas than that. That's better. It's like this, right? Like, this is kind of how radicalization went for a lot of Nazis. So first, it was Gamergate. For a lot of them, it was disaffected, lonely white dudes, largely straight, largely cisgender, who really latched onto Gamergate because Gamergate was more than a sort of movement about identity. About journalistic integrity. It was more about like defending the last socially acceptable identity for like straight white dudes who like have no real problems in their life, right? So it started with that. And then if you're on Gamergate, like there's probably a bunch of YouTubers that you follow, right? That that reaffirm those opinions. So at first it might be fuck, I don't even know any Gamergate YouTubers who aren't full on reactionaries. Like you have stuff like, oh, is Hunter Avalone here? Hey, Hunter. You're not a bad person for having anxiety and OCD, comrade. Well, you're not my comrade technically, but anyway, but like think of the Gamergate YouTubers. Think of Thunderfoot. Think of Sargon of Akkad, you know? Think of Geeks and Gamers. Think of Upper Echelon Gaming. Think of God, there are so many that I'm missing right now. So many that I'm missing right now. Oh yeah, the Quartering, Total Biscuit for a time, Video Game Donkey and Vinesauce are good boys. Vinesauce is a good boy. Video Game Donkey tries to be apolitical for the most part. Oh yeah, Bearing, Internet Aristocrat. Yeah. All these big YouTubers. But look at where these YouTubers are now. The problem is, Gamergate was an anti-SJW movement from the beginning, meaning that they were initially, at least, focused on dealing with this evident threat of pink-haired, screamy, the screamy, the trigger, the Trigglypuff, the one. They're all these joyless, sexless, humorless women who are infiltrating the games industry to try and rob Vidya for yeah, true, Video Game Donkey did do that. Trying to like steal Vidya from the white boys, right? So you start with that, but if that's where you're going, like you're just reactionary content, anti-SJW content is invariably going to line up with reactionary content because the SJWs they were talking about never really existed. There have always been humorless, joyless people who want to censor things they don't like. They're typically on the right. They're typically conservative. But the idea that there was this big horde of like slimy SJWs is false. What there really was a collection of progressives who wanted to see gaming get more progressive because it was mostly dominated by like sweaty white dudes. So if you're going to attack the SJWs, you're invariably going to fall into attacking progressive politics. And if you start doing that, you get full-on reactionary content. And that's why, right now, Geeks and Gamers does reactionary content. The Quartering does basically fascist content. Sargon of Akkad is a fascist. I'm pretty sure, didn't Naked Ape do stuff during Gamergate as well? I know Flamenco got in on the Gamergate stuff, I know that. Killstream was in on the Gamergate stuff, or at least the post-Gamergate stuff when they... when they jumped on it, and they're actual Nazis. And at every point during this transition, like every single time. Oh no, I didn't just do the thing, did I? Where you can't draw the swastika? No, here we go. We saved it. I did the thing. I have an excuse. I'm not a Nazi. All right, anyway. And at every one of these transitions, Naked Ape was after AIU. Oh yeah, there was Atheism is Unstoppable. There was Teal Deer, both of whom are fascist. Atheism is Unstoppable is literally a race realist now. Armored Skeptic has stayed one of the truer skeptics. Yeah, the skeptic community. The point is like, at every one of these junctions, you siphon off the worst elements of the last. When you go from people who care about gaming as an identity to people who will go on YouTube and watch demagogues talk about that, you're siphoning for a slightly smaller group of slightly more politically and socially disparate people. And when you move from the anti-SJW to the anti-progressive content, you're doing the exact same thing. You're taking the worst. You're taking the chaff from the wheat. And then when you move from that towards full-on fascism and Nazism, you're taking the worst from that as well. And unfortunately, in this instance, the worst tends to correspond to a degree of social incompetence. And that social incompetence tends to correspond with stuff like neuroatypical conditions, with schizophrenia, with paranoid disorders, with autism. Do you have any idea how many people I've met that have been Nazis, and then I talk to them for a bit, and they're like they're like super fucking suicidal, or they have like anxiety issues, or they're a paranoid schizophrenic. This happens to me like all the time. Like fucking every time I talk to a Nazi, it's like wild. This is deliberate. This is deliberate. This isn't an accident. This isn't like this wasn't like oh well, the worst just happened to get worse. Oh yeah, just the worst people just happened to blah. This isn't like that. This is very, very deliberate. Reactionaries targeted the mentally ill, targeted the lonely, targeted the politically disaffected, because they would be the best radicalized. Stormfront even did an article on this, I think, or like the creator of Stormfront said something. They've said at times that Sargon of Akkad is a really good gateway to Nazism. Sargon of Akkad was one of the biggest like Gamergate deuterinos. And secondly, they've said that Gamergate was an excellent like jumping off point into reactionary politics for a lot of people. Do you think that it's targeting? Do you think conspiracy theories pull in people who are already prone to it, Vosh? I think it's both. Mentally ill people are going to be prone, at least people with paranoia are going to be prone towards conspiracy theorizing, and people who are socially disaffected are often autistic, or you know, vice versa. So those people are also easily targeted as well. They recruit from incel communities. They recruit from like Discord servers where people are like lonely and suicidal. I've seen these things happen. It's really fucking weird. Even the people you wouldn't expect to be Nazis, like Boot, for example. Boot on my Discord server, the Nazbol turned tanky, nothing's really changed, haha. Even when you do this and that, even she's like not well. Yeah, ISIS does the same. Everybody does the same. Everybody does this. All reactionary movements like target like lonely, disaffected men. ISIS did this shit. You offer them a community, you offer them a purpose, you offer them an identity, you offer them an enemy to rally against. Yeah, there's a huge crossover between incels and MGTOWs and Nazis. If you go on brain cells, why don't we go on brain cells? I'm gonna screen it first to make sure there's no porn. Yeah, so here we go. That took me like 3 seconds. So here's Brain Cells. It's Incel forum on Reddit. It's quarantined. So here's a post. What the fuck? I love trannies now. From the Daily Signal. We've done these people before. It's a fake news site that exists to regurgitate anti-trans propaganda. Trans teen took first in a high school track competition has a message for girls who took issue with the results. Instead of complaining about the unfairness of being forced to compete against male athletes, just work harder. Something tells me, by the way, that the trans woman who won didn't say, instead of complaining about the unfairness of being forced to compete against male athletes. Notice how that part isn't in quotes. The person who placed first in the track competition said this, a whole bunch of shit that's not in quotes, and then 2 words that are in quotes. Damn. Oh, I'm not showing it? There you go. So this is an incel subreddit. This has literally nothing to do with trans people. So let's see. I think literally every comment says tranny. Yeah. I mean, so guys, that's supposed to be a forum. That's supposed to be a forum for like dudes who are having trouble getting laid. And like, I used to browse brain cells all the time. I would do it all the time because they're very sociologically fascinating to me. A lot of them are Nazis. Think about how well it fits in with the Nazi mentality of perpetual victimhood. So a Nazi believes the white man is under constant threat by the Jews and by the foreign races, the disgusting brown and black people coming on in here. They're fucking jumping on in here, and the white man is under threat. The white man has to be protected. Now you add in the additional line, hey, the reason why you can't get laid is because Jews have conditioned women through media and through miscegenation to want to get fucked by black cock and knocked up by Tyrone's babies. So one of the reasons why you, white man, can't get laid is because of the machinations of the Jews. It's one of the ways in which they're destroying you. You are on the front lines of white genocide. It fits in perfectly. There are also a lot of Indian incels in that sub, and frankly, these days, with all of the Kashmir nonsense going on, Indians are probably actually more prone to fascism than American whites are. Hooey. I'm forgetting POC brain cells. Yeah. There are also people of color who are participating in incel communities, but I would say the default trend is, if nothing else, towards extremely reactionary content. Anyway, like, what am I getting at here? Like, I don't fucking know. It's just, it's wild to me that, like, most of the time, if you're watching this right now and you're a Nazi or a fascist, whatever, and you don't think you're, like, and you maybe, like, realize, like, you're not super, like, maybe you think you're paranoid, whatever, like, you were targeted for that. Like, you're the victim of people who benefit from selling you a narrative that gets you in line. I don't know. Again, there's nothing wrong with being mentally ill, like, on its own. I think there's something wrong with targeting mentally ill people to throw them into Nazi groups, though. That's a little bad. What's your opinion on how we on the left should react to this? I don't know how much there is to do, apart from us providing better communities online. Hey, I know what we can do! What if we allowed lefty communities to exist online that weren't completely woke and perfect? That way, people would have a better intermediary space to jump into our communities, which genuinely are more accepting, loving, and healthy, without being turned away because they don't know the fucking 87 precepts of the perfectly woke feminazi. Wouldn't that be fucking phenomenal? Wouldn't it be incredible if all of our social spaces weren't oriented around purity to appeal to the people with the absolute highest, most sensitive needs? That would be phenomenal. That'd be incredible. Imagine the literally millions of people who could benefit from exposure to those spaces who would otherwise be turned away because it's unrealistic to expect people like that to be instantly attuned to progressivism the moment they jump on in. BreadTube is essentially that. Nope! Trust me, I've been in BreadTube. I see how they talk about me. I promise you BreadTube is not a good intermediary space. You did earlier make a mistake, I think, in seemingly assuming the upper echelons of the Nazi Party are representative of the rank and file. Do you think maybe the masses, the membership, were equally incoherent and delusional as today's fascists? I don't think so. They did tests. They also did tests on regular Nazis, didn't they? They were delusional in the sense that they subscribed to, like, the incoherent, like, Nazi ideology, certainly, but they weren't mentally unwell. Like, if you stripped the ideology of them, they could function within society. That's not the case for a lot of these people. Hold on, I'm going to, really quickly, I'm going to go over donations, and then I'm going to pee, and then I'm going to do another thing. Donkey Show with the 200 pesos. I think that turns out to be like $20 or so. I have no fucking idea. Props for the Adam Friendless debate. I hate that Peterson automaton. And thank you so much for making it clear how much the USA hurts Latin America. It's not said enough, finally. Yep, we're fucking you guys over harder than... It's like fucking Middle East here how much we fuck you guys over. Sorry about that. So sorry for being white. Sorry. Deadpool 3E with the $1. Naked Ape's the guy that tried to own his one-time friend crowd on IQ by saying racial intelligence is as objective as dick size. Thing is, there's no full-on research to support that, and the one paper that says otherwise claims the averages between white... Oh, you know what that reminds me of? Yeah, of course, racial pseudoscience is bunk, and I'll be going over that soon. You know what I saw once that was really funny? And by saw once, I mean saw like literally yesterday. It was really funny. Atheism is unstoppable. On YouTube? This guy's like really weird and cringy. Like really cringy. Look at his fucking kangaroo fursona.
9 million children die every year.
Real quick.
Here's him dressing in his Sunday best. In this video, David Pacman forgot to invite me to his conversation with Sam Harris. He starts talking about race realism, and he says, no shit, that the people of different races can't get along because of IQ differences, and because that the higher testosterone of non-whites leads to them being more violent. So obviously that's bunk science to begin with. But out of curiosity, I looked up the average testosterone levels of men by race. Hey, give me the image. Give me. I looked it up, and if you look here, geometric mean for non-Hispanic white is 637. For Hispanic is 633, less than the whites. Black is like 21 points higher. Asian/Pacific Islander, aka the model minority that proportionally commits significantly less violence, is 52 points higher than the white. There's literally no correlation here. Like he literally just like, he made it up. He was just like, oh, what could account for it? I've seen a couple of muscular black guys. They must have like double my testosterone. What's funny is that these these dipshit like manosphere types, these two samples are tiny. Yeah, they're tiny. What, he didn't provide any evidence in his video. Isn't that a small sample size though? Yes. 34 is a pretty decent sample size for pulling this, actually. I don't know what like familiarity you guys have with like statistical analysis. The disparity in the population size for both groups is fairly substantial, but enough to account for a statistically significant difference of that case. I don't think so. Whatever the case is, like it's bunk science. It's and gay. We can try and find other. Yeah, here's another one right here. Yeah, here's another one with a much higher number. Ethnic group, PG per milliliter testosterone. So Indo-Aryan, so Indian and Iranian have the highest, then East Asian, then African, then American, then Middle Eastern, then Latin American. This doesn't correlate at all. There's no correlation between the data points here. Is this alt hype stuff? No. It was just dumb. This Spiriton with the $10. Love the content, new fan. Hey, and I'm a new fan of you and your $10. Thank you. Much appreciated. I love you. Deadpool 3E with the $1. What are your thoughts on Aiden Paladin? I hear she's basically become a white nationalist and is buddy-buddy with House English, a self-described white nationalist Jew whose views are a more extreme version of Ben Shapiro's. Yeah, I thought Aiden Paladin was a full-on fucking Nazi. Just a white nationalist then? I don't fucking know. I mean, what do you want me to say about Aiden Paladin? Say Aiden Paladin. You know, fascist, Nazi, white nationalist. It's out there. Oh, hey, one last thing, by the way. Really quick. I meant to say this earlier, but since we have such a huge number of people watching, And thank you, by the way, for that. I made, like a little while ago, a new subreddit to eclipse the old subreddit, because the old subreddit is controlled exclusively by someone who hates me. So there's exclamation point Reddit. Everyone go to reddit.com/r/Voshvi and go fucking sub. Go, get the fuck over there. Don't waste my time. Get over there. Make my number bigger than the first number so that mine is better. Why would someone who hates you make a sub for me? Because they made it for me when they didn't hate me. Get over there. All right, that's all the shilling for today. Donos. Kian Sheila with the $5. Do you think some leftist ideologies attract mentally ill people? From my experience, yeah, tankies.
Taxes and there's loads of business and wealth. Why? It's good for everyone, isn't it? Like business on this, the Jeremy Corbyn. I don't want us to become an offshore tax haven where people aren't paying taxes and there's loads of business and wealth. Why? It's good for everyone, isn't it? Like everyone's like, oh, Monaco, God, I hate Monaco. It's just so shit with all these yachts. Fucking hell, man.
Monaco has yachts because the millionaires and billionaires who throw money into it have the money for those yachts. The citizens of Monaco do not own those yachts. This is how economically illiterate Carl is. Or maybe he only thinks that like rich people are human beings. Like, oh yeah, what if we just turn England into a tax haven with really, really low tax rates? Oh, I don't know. Let's look at Monaco as an example of good economic proliferation amongst the people.
Like, it's good for the working person if we pay less taxes. I don't know why this is so difficult, but
He actually should kill himself. Psych. No one should kill themselves. Mono came out tops in a list of top 10 wealthiest countries in the world per capita. That makes sense to me. Average wealth of a person living in Monaco is about 2.114 something. I don't know what that is. 15 wild facts about Monaco, where 32% of the population is made up of millionaires. Damn. I wonder, wow, do you think if we made England a tax haven, that 32% of England would be made up of millionaires? Do you think that's how countries work? Home to 12,261 millionaires in less than 1 square mile. Guys, do you think that's because Monaco's policy of being a tax haven means that it's good and would be good for a country of millions of people, many of which, didn't mean that. Many of which rely on social services? Do you think this would be a good economic policy to apply to a nation that has a very large population and a varied, like, socioeconomic strata? Or do you think it might be because wealthy people invest in Monaco? I live in tax haven country Singapore. It's literally hell for poor people. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Wow, it turns out that gentrifying an entire country, more than 75% of Monaco's residents are foreign-born. Wow, wonder what happened to the domestic population. According to the CIA World Factbook, no portion of Monaco's population lives below the poverty line. Nice. I wonder if that's because the economic policies in a place with no taxes paid are able to provide for the poor, or if it's because this country is so wealthy that the poor literally can't afford to live here. Nice meme. Monaco's population is only 16% Monegasque in origin, while the other 84% are wealthy outsiders. Nice. All right, what were we saying? Wasn't I looking at donos? Kajit with the $1. Debating on between political science and sociology is a major thoughts. Well, I'm always going to rep for sociology because I am a sociology boy. Depends on whether you want more descriptive or prescriptive. Monaco literally pushes all their poor into France. Pretty much all the hotel and casino staff live in France and commute to Monaco. Damn! Well, maybe all of the fucking English can go live in Scotland where they have actual humane tax policies that allow the poor to live decent lives and then commute over to England. Chickens with the tier 1 sub. Cheers. Thank you. Cheers to you too. And Posadish John with the $1. Here's the Horsecock song in case you want to check it out. It's obviously explicit. I'll check it out later, Posadish John. Thank you. All right, folks. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, then I'll be right back. I've got another meme. We've got more memes in the future. Washed them. Fuck you. Washed my hands. Fuck you. I'm not lying. That took me like 5 minutes. Jesus. Opinion on Noam Chomsky versus Zizek? Wait, did Noam Chomsky and Zizek ever debate? Wait, was there a debate between them? Yeah, no, I didn't think so. I would have heard about such an interaction. Jesus. Don't get my hopes up like that. Hold on. I feel like I'm missing some donos. Tommy Jenkins with the $15. Thank you. Relatively new fan, used to be put off by your style of content due to your more acidic tongue, but I've warmed up to it. Makes me think, though, if the faces of the online left are too acidic, I don't know. And then with the additional $5, to clarify, I mean that the online left tends to be a little mean-spirited for my taste, but that's just me. Flies and honey, blah, blah, blah. You think the online left is too mean-spirited? Oh. My experience, personally, is that the online left is full of babies, but I don't know. I mean, whatever. I'm glad you enjoy my content. Hold on one second. Those donations didn't come through. Wonder why. Let me see if there are any others that I missed. Babies can be mean. Babies can be mean. Chat. Wait, hold on. Boily Bam with the €2. Many Nazis I have talked to are very lonely IRL. Yeah, I've gotten that impression as well. Alexander Sampson with the €2. Hi from the Netherlands. Keep up the good work. Thank you. All right. I don't think I missed any of them. I've never watched Above the Fifth Column video. Chomsky thinks Zizek is a charlatan. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That feels like more or less what that interaction would look like. Chat. I'm actually really proud of myself. I was able to go pretty much this entire stream without having a coughing fit. Nice. Let's chat, chat. Throw it up. Come to vosh.gg if you have any searing questions you want to throw my way. I ended up covering like 4 topics today. We're good. We've been efficient. Here. Chat it up with me. Throw me your fucking questions. But don't lose your mind spamming over it, okay? Yeah, I'll answer as much as I can. Talk about Bernie's housing plan? I don't know shit about Bernie's housing plan, I'm afraid. Also, remember, if you donate, I'll definitely see what you say. I love you. I love you so much. Is transgenderism a mental illness? Nope, transgenderism is not a mental illness. Gender dysphoria is a mental illness. The intense physiological discomfort that you feel with your body. Being transgender, however, is not an illness. Alt hype stream when? Within a week, probably. Should Kashmir be independent, or does that go against your anti-nationalistic view of the world? Kashmir has had its own set of, Kashmir has basically operated independently for a while. I don't have a problem with Kashmir going independent. I just don't want it to be an ethno-state. If Kashmir, right now, India is turning into a de facto ethno-state. That's a problem. If the people of Kashmir want to live dignified lives outside that system, they should be able to. Mr. Zip, I give it a coin flip. Nice, lemon bastard. Boy, that's a lot of folks in chat. The left that you call babies are also mean-spirited? Not as mean-spirited as me. Maybe not, actually. I'm pretty spicy, but I don't think I'm actually a very mean person. NPC Digital Painting Commission? Oh, happy Sisyphus. I don't want to commission anything right now. Ilya with the $5. Have a silly thing. Whenever you say I'm sorry in an angry voice, I hear this. Timestamp around 35 seconds to 28. That's the most I can listen to before YouTube cucks me. I'm like Eminem. Shez Elliott with the $2. Is IWW a good meme and why aren't you in it? Because I don't work. What the fuck do you mean, why am I not in the IWW? What the fuck do I do? You're edgy but way less spiteful than many prominent leftists. Yeah, I'm edgy because it appeals to people, but I'm not spiteful because I'm not a bad person. I don't get the point. There are a lot of lefties who are nicer than me, who I think are actually way the fuck ruder than I am. Prominent lefties online. What even is transgenderism when dysphoria isn't involved? Being transgender just means you identify as a gender other than that which you were assigned at birth. So you can be non-binary and be transgender. In fact, if you're non-binary, you are transgender. And you can be a binary trans person, like male to female or female to male, and still not feel any dysphoria. You can be a woman and be perfectly comfortable having a penis. The IWW accepts anyone that doesn't hire people and is not a cop. I don't know what I would have to benefit from joining with the IWW. Be more humble? I think I'm good. Thank you, though. Thoughts on Boris Johnson as UK Prime Minister? I think he's a cucklord. He's a charming idiot who has no fucking idea what he's doing, and he's charmed himself into a position where he can't, fake competence anymore. Bella the Little with the $5. Thoughts on Death of a Nation from Dinesh D'Souza? Dinesh D'Souza, I know that. Wait, I know that name. Isn't that the guy? Isn't that the cucklord? Yeah, this is the cucklord. Wait, or is this not the cucklord? No, this is the cucklord. Yeah. Yeah, he's like a token white supremacist, right? The token Indian white supremacist. Yeah, I haven't seen Death of a Nation, but I've seen clips from it, and it looks like some omega cucked shit. It looks so cucked. Oh boy. Ah, God. This is the cuck porn that I want to see. Listen, hey, listen. When I'm jerking, when I'm when I'm rubbing one out and I'm watching cuck porn, I'm imagining being the bull splitting the hot wife's pussy wide open, okay? That shit, that's weak shit to me. The real cuckoldry that I get off to these days is watching black and brown people shill for white nationalism. That's the real cuck shit. I imagine being the white nationalist watching them. I imagine being the person who slipped them the bucks. Here you go, brownie. Here's $100. Go stand for us. And I fucking jerk off while watching. Absolutely. That's the shit I'm here for. That's the real cuckery-do. Cuckaroni. T-Rex with the $5. No question, just take my money before Boris Johnson reduces my currency to being worth literally nothing. Hey, that's a good idea. And for anybody who lives in a country where you expect you'll be experiencing inflation soon, throw that money my way, huh? Sean Walden with the $2. Hardcore right, I meant. Mostly racists. Ah. He denied Native American genocide. Can we expect more media analysis? Sometime in the future. With regard to anarchism or anything that reduces the state, there are strong arguments against the war. I see brought up potential persecution of minorities. This is why, Lynn, I share your concerns. This is why I do not currently advocate for anarchism. Not presently. This is why currently I advocate for market socialism, because I want to be more vested in the theory of anarchism before I advocate for it. Sean Walden with $5. Love your videos from Tennessee, and your videos keep me sane. What's advice dealing with hardcore leftists? Oh, then you clarified. Hardcore right, I mean, mostly racist. Thank you for the $5. Advice dealing with them. Build a small community that you can rely on, okay? Clan gang? Who's clan ganging? Why is clan ganging happening? Anyway, in regards to dealing with living in the backwoods with a fuck ton of Oh, Happy Sisyphus. Oh wait, you're that Deuterino. Happy Sisyphus, you're the super artist. What the fuck? I can't believe I ignored you. I'm sorry. Listen. A lot of people offer to draw me stuff, but not all of them are as good as you. And by not all of them, I mean none of them. None of them are as talented as you are. You should DM me. Anyway, build a small community. Find people who you can trust, work with them, be good friends to them, and let them be good friends to you. At the end of the day, surviving a hostile situation is all about community building. That's what it is. That is all it is. Why do you support market socialism, which has taken longer to industrialize through building up light industry than build up heavy industry, and not socialism with centrally planned, even though centrally planning is faster and more effective when it comes to rate industrialization? Also, why are you an anarchist, not ML? That was so many leading questions. What the fuck are you talking about? Creator phase, what is this? Do you have any idea how complicated political economy is? Do you really think do you have stats indicating with control factors taken account of that market socialism industrializes slower than... Also, we don't need to industrialize. Socialism is supposed to take place after capitalism. What the fuck are you talking about? The reason the USSR had to industrialize was because the dumb fucks who led the revolution there thought that they should jump right onto socialism without doing the intermediary capitalism stage. And they did it at a tremendous cost to human life and happiness. And even then, there were huge gaps in their industry. There are so many fucking things wrong with what you just said. What is some leading ass fucking question? Don't waste my goddamn time. Vosh this? I'm not looking at this right now. I'm busy getting $100 donations. Future Ashcroft with the unbelievably kind $100. Guys, Tanky's in. Guys, change it up. Tanky's in. Take this Tanky's dirty money. Stalin did nothing wrong. But seriously, I might disagree with you on things, but you do good work. Hey! In spite of our many disagreements, okay? We're trying to make a world a better place. And you've just done it. $100 at a time. Thank you. That is unbelievably generous of you. I really can't overstate that. Really, really kind of you. Thank you, comrade. This is the left unity. Coalition now! We're tankies now. This is a tanky stream now. Isn't Stalin hot? This is what tankies do, right? They just look at pictures of Stalin and drool. Man, everyone throws this picture around. Honestly, he's still a fucking hunk in this picture. Damn, look at those squinty eyes. Look at those wisdom eyes. Look at him. He's about to purge the shit out of you. Look at that. Look at his poofy hair. Stalin had horrific skin, if I recall correctly, later on in life. Well, good thing we're looking at him young. Also, didn't Stalin also have a like a wilted left hand? Damn. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Idiocy of Clocks with the $5. What are your thoughts on hunger strikes and or politically motivated suicide? I would like it if my comrades didn't kill themselves. Hunger strikes work. It really depends. You have to feel out like the extent to which nonviolent retaliation is capable of throwing off the chains, you know? Sometimes it just doesn't... Sometimes it doesn't seem like it would work. Stalin was also like 5'3". Ooh! 5'3". Do you mean king height? All men are kings. Fuck femoids. Anyway, is it reasonable for me to get genuinely triggered in my friend group chat say I didn't get a gay vibe from Hammerlock? We're going to Borderlands 3. I don't know. I haven't played Borderlands 3. Let's say yes. Colton K. Clark with the $5. Are we sure the dirtbag left isn't reactionaries with better shitposting strategy? Colton Clark, the dirtbag left was coined by Chapo Trap House, they were unquestionably socialists. Their massive subreddit uses the term dirtbag left, and they're not even close to being reactionary. Chapo Trap House is like hyper pro-gay, pro-trans, pro-black, like 100%, and they term themselves dirtbag left. I call myself dirtbag left, and I'm the same. I'm edgy, but I'm not even close to being a reactionary. I mean, all of my content is oriented around not being a reactionary, you know? Shiz Elliott with the $5. This is work and worker solidarity. And if syndicate is a good idea, shouldn't people be inspired to join unions? What's your opinion? Oh, people should be. People should be inspired to join unions. Unions are a good idea. I personally haven't been jumping in on it because right now I'm riding an incredible wave of success and monetary support, and I don't really rely on the labor of other people. The only time I do is I have Discord mods, and also I have paid an editor for one video, and I'm very happy with what I got. G. Stino with the 20 Swedish kronar, so deep in my feelings. Hell yeah. I'm just an Uber driver with the $5. I like blindfolded racist wife getting surprise fucked by black guy. That's what you like? You like you like the white bitch being tied up and blindfolded and shit, and she feels the dick slide in. It's fucking like 19 inches, you know? And she's like, what a large white cock. Sure, I'm glad I'm not getting fucked by a negro. And then she turns around, but by the time she turns around, she's so into it, she's like, oh my God, I support reparations, that kind of thing. Macron 31415922653. Did you watch Sean Spicer on Dancing with Stars? No, I'm afraid I did not. Okay, that is like rape, dude? Yes, that is rape. What I just described is rape. But that shit happens all the time in porn. Did you pay an editor for the Dem Debate Highlights video? Yeah. Koladick with the $5. Young Stalin looks like Hassan Piker. Darn fucking tootin'. That's what I'm saying. Actual Dio, the $2. I'm waiting in stream call-ins to talk about Rahava. I don't know if I'll be available next week, so I was hoping we could chat today. Oh, I'm... Actual Dio, are you available tomorrow? Is that a thing you're available? You can just DM me on Discord. I don't think I can do it today, mostly on account of me not wanting to and me being hungry. But I'm not at all opposed to doing it tomorrow. Mary Sue guy wants to debate you? I don't doubt it. Why is all porn incest porn now? And are we smashing the oppressive hierarchy that is the nuclear family? Darn tootin' we are. Yeah, there's an actual reason why all porn is incest porn now. I've been meaning to talk about it on stream for ages. And Windsor with $1. Don't ask what you have to gain from the union. Ask what you can do for the union. The IWW takes everyone who's not a boss themselves. There's also a YouTubers union. Give it a thought at least. Love you. I'll consider it. How much porn is too much porn? When it hurts your ability to function in society. McSnickers with the $5. Yo, Vosh, where'd you get that sick nasty shirt you're wearing? Keep up the good shit, big boy. I have not been able to find a link on this shirt, unfortunately. I got it at Anime Expo, but I haven't really been able to find a Oh, there it is. Shop is closed at the moment, but here's the artist's Twitter. Yeah, go there. Is this porn? Can I show this on stream? Look at this artist. Guys, I know I say this all the time, but I have I have an unbelievable amount of respect for artists. I really, really do. No nips, we're good. Oh, I remember this print. I got this print last Anime Expo. Anyway, I respect artists a lot. A lot of respect for artists. Oh, wait, really quick. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I showed you guys. Hold on. Okay, Actual Dio's good to talk tomorrow. Good, Actual Dio. I'll hold myself to that. Wait, guys, hold on. I was talking to my friend the other day, and they had their own take on the grill man. And now that's some real fucking art right there. Yuri yuri does it. I just want to grill it, does it? The Mary Sue guy is live right now. God damn it. Who the fuck is this person? Literature Devil?
Even before the days of Ludwig von...
I don't see them live. Where's the live link? Hey, Creative Nothing with the $5. If I post my Prolax flag in Discord, would you show it on stream? Yeah, fuck yeah. DM it to me, though. Where's the link right now? Someone give me the link to the thing? Hey, Comrade Sophia. Stalin robbed trans being a core? Hell yeah. What are we talking about?
I can't. He just uses rape apologist. Who does that? Who does this? Who? No one apologizes for rape. Okay, unless you're a crazy person. No one does this. Goblin Slayer is not excusing rape. You know, the rapists are horribly, brutally murdered, and the whole point is to be happy that they're horribly and brutally murdered.
The show is literally saying rape is bad.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wait, have you paid the editor? Why'd you not give him a share of the profits made from the donos and from the video? Wait, why would you assume that I haven't? I paid the editor for that video more than the video will receive in ad revenue.
You should probably lighten up.
It's literally just that shoe on head video. Guys, did you know rape is bad? Rape is bad.
I mean, he does throw all the goblins in an oven one time.
I don't remember that, but that sounds awesome. That seems like something he'd do.
He more of turns a tree into an oven.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. That's the beginning. Yeah, that was great. I like that.
So from what I can see, it looks like right now they're complaining about a Mother's Basement video, where Mother's Basement said that Goblin Slayer is like super creepy and rapey.
He does a lot of really bad things to kill them. Oh, the time he just makes a dust explosion with flour.
Yeah, to kill that eye thing. I think what's it called, a beholder? I think it's called. I think it's called a beholder.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can keep going.
based on the anime that you like needs to get their head out of their asses. That said, there is still a reason that even you, as a person who really loves Goblin Slayer and just wants to see it build up a huge fandom, as someone who's upset to see me make a video that might...
Hold on. I want to pay attention to what he's saying because I want to get a tweet out right after this.
discourage my audience from getting into it.
Oh, my banned from the channel. Look, I show up here where I chatted, but on their screen that shows the chat, I'm not there. The comment above and below me shows, though. They took me out. They sniped me. That's fine. I don't care enough. No, don't raid, guys. Jesus Christ. Hey, this is sick. This looks like backgammon. What is it? What is that? The one with the crisscross applesauce, red and black board? Looks like backgammon, Creative Nothing. Absolutely. Backgammon stream now, except I don't know how to play it. Breadgammon. Fuck me. Jeremy with the $5. That video when my earlier dono got lost, but it's all good, lil W. Stalin was a himbo. Conservatives are regressives. Play Katana Zero. Peppo hug. I do want to play Katana Zero. That is on my to play list. I'm just a busy boy these days. I'm just a busy boy. I don't know. What's your experience with trots like the IMT, Lieutenant rallies, then bail when the Maoists and anarchists do some actual protesting? I don't know. The idea that like trots and Maoists and anarchists are all different types of people who do different types of things is really dumb. We're all lefties. We should be all interested in advancing socialism. Like this in-group fighting shit is so dumb, especially against Trotskyists. Like, is it just the meme? He literally said, I want him here to discuss this, and the other guy agreed. Oh, wait, someone give the link. Give the link. Ryoma with the $5. Thank you again for knowing what the definition of trans is. It's trans non-binary. Get shit thrown even from binary trans people for not having gender dysphoria. Thanks again. You are king. You are king or queen or most likely noble because that's gender neutral. Thank you, Ryoma. I love you, buddy. Thank you very much. Every Noam Chomsky, you get your... Every 2 days, because I always ban him for 2 days.
If you had any traumatic issues, you shouldn't watch this show. I also believe you shouldn't show this show to someone under like the age of 10.
And I also think we shouldn't cater our entire audience because someone may have gone to may have gotten PTSD from something and they get it triggered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, no, this show should have been like TVMA. Like, it was far enough along where I could sit there and go, alright, yeah, maybe this is meant for adults. And then it turns into a slice of life.
I think it should be just 13, but you know.
Yeah.
Well, again, with anime and manga, there's something for everyone. This was shown in Japan at the right time on weekends, and it got picked up by Crunchyroll. Whatever they did with their rating system is up to them, and clearly that's another story. But he's talking about PTSD. It's like this.
David McGee with the $10. You said you weren't big brain on econ, so watch The Masters of Money. It proves the Jewish banker theory and then unironically disproves it. Be warned, though, it's a 3-hour snooze fest. Oh, interesting. So it, like, does the position counterposition? That would be interesting. I'll give it a look. Thank you for the $10, David McGee.
Shown us repeatedly over an hour-and-a-half video that he has no idea what narrative structure, characterization, or anything like that is. So he's very entertaining. He's a clown with no substance as far as narrative structure goes or knowing what characterization is. But
is that me or
no?
We talking
more than that.
I think we're talking about me.
For what video?
He did he covered my SJW video.
Yeah, we're talking about me.
And it was incredibly hilarious because he.
You mean the one where you're talking about Mary Sue's and how?
Yeah, it was funny.
Oh, I was about to say, is it the one where you're talking about new Marvel?
The one that stood out, the one definition was narrative correctness, and we sat there for a good hour going, "What the heck does that even mean?"
Nothing. It means absolutely nothing. It's just something he deliberately made up, kind of like Ray's flaws. Made those up too. Just pull them out of nowhere.
it was a lot of. Even now, I'm actually taking apart the video itself just to do my own.
I want to say, Literature Devil put out like a 15-minute videos that was like incoherently arguing against the idea of a Mary Sue, and it was just a bunch of like reactionary like gibberish, and I did like an hour and a half response video to it because I take forever to say everything, and then then he in response made 4 1.5-hour streams about it. He went on about it for like 6 hours with a friend, milking it for content. Holy shit. I think he did. Yeah, here, he did it here. Here. Oh my God, it was more than that. Holy shit. Part 1 is 3.5 hours. Part 2 is 2 hours 15. So that's 5 hour 45. Part 3 is 4 hours. That's 9 hours and 45 minutes. And then part 4 is 2 hours 15. That's 12 hours. 12 hours of stream on my stream VOD of their video. Holy shit. Now what we gotta do in one stream is watch all of them back to back and then criticize them. This thing's gotta explode.
I mean, I think if anything, we should at least finish up the video, and then y'all can decide whether or not to debate them.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But let's actually, we have 5 minutes left, guys. I think
5 minutes left.
Mother's Basement is more than enough to chew on for another hour. So.
I'm bored now. I'm not going to be streaming in an hour. We can debate them later. Marcus Sarin with the 50 Swedish kroner. You could debate Vincent James on his racism and homophobia, though, right? Even though you're both anti-gun control. I mean, probably, yeah. Like, it's a reactionary. They're conservative, so they're like dumb by definition, you know. Like, there's always something to disagree with. Hold on. Nice. Caught up on no-nos. Keep the stream? Wait, you guys just want to watch their YouTube stream? James93 with the $5. If we abolish gender, would transsexualism still exist? Or would eliminating the symbolic significance of genitals reduce instances of that as well? I think transsexualism will exist no matter what society we live in. It's possible it might be reduced slightly because people's dysphoria can be influenced by social factors, not exclusively biological ones. However, I think that by and large, people who are gender dysphoria or sexual dysphoria, discomfort with your sexual characteristics, I think that's going to persist pretty much no matter what you got to do, you know? Pretty much getting that. Vosh can't understand overlapping voices. I do have trouble with it, admittedly. A super chat in that stream called you a hack. Ha! I noticed that there were people in that stream chat saying that I got blown the fuck out by alt-hype. It's funny, I can always tell which people have Nazis in their communities because they'll talk about alt-hype in reference to me. Unless you're a Nazi, you should have nothing to do with the alt-hype, you know? You should not be in any way, shape, or form involved in that. To watch a 3-hour video from alt-hype and then, like, be smarmy about it on social media, like, this is only something that would come from a Nazi. Oh, well, Zuri 1, I never leave the house, so I don't really do much with the trots. The only time that I've ever seen a genuinely, like, how do you say? I guess just like a shit lefty group.
Works for Vox as a
What?
left-wing commentator who has a YouTube series called Strike Through. Steven Crowder is a right-wing YouTuber.
Okay, cool. So it's blaming Carlos Maza for targeting Steven Crowder. Nice meme. What happened with the JLP thing? I went there. I interviewed. It'll be out soon. Anyway, I remember going to a political or an academic conference once and being approached by this weird group of, they were Maoists. Hyena, sweetie, do you remember the name of their organization? It was something like Communist Party of the United States of America or something like that. It's a small organization led by some dude who's written 1 million fucking books, and everyone in that org treated him like a cult leader. Was it the CPUSA? Everyone in there treated him like a cult leader. At the time, I was really new to leftism, so I was just like, oh, cool, real lefties, you know? But then they were like, you should consider buying his books. Bob Avakian, my man! The chairman of the Revolutionary Communist Party, USA. Bob Avakian. From revcom.usa, Bob Avakian. The vision, the works, the leadership. Chairman of the Revolutionary Communist Party USA. In Bob Avakian, the chairman of our party, we have the kind of rare and precious leader who does not come along very often. A leader who has given his heart and all his knowledge, skills, and abilities to serving the cause of revolution and the emancipation of humanity. Bob Avakian came alive as a revolutionary in the 1960s. Taking part in the great movements of those days, and especially working and struggling closely with the most advanced revolutionary force in the US at that time, the Black Panther Party. Since then, while many others have given up, Bob Avakian has worked and struggled tirelessly to find the way to go forward, having learned crucial lessons and built lasting organization that could continue the struggle and aim to take it higher while uniting with the same struggle throughout the world. He has kept on developing the theory and strategy for making revolution. He played the key role in founding our party in 1975. Revolutionary, human emancipation, revolutionary, has developed the scientific theory and strategic organization for how to actually make the kind of revolution we need, and he is leading our party as an advanced force for the revolution. Great champion, great resource for people here, leadership, Bob Avakian. See the Bob Avakian official biography. Is published here with permission of the Bob Avakian Institute. Bob Avakian is the architect of a whole new framework of human emancipation, the new synthesis of communism, which is popularly referred to as the new communism. Let's read more about that. Bob Avakian is the author of the Constitution for the New Socialist Republic in North America, an inspiring application of... This is a cult. Guys. Oh, God. The BobAvakianInstitute.org. Excellent. Bob Avakian's body of work. The New Communism. Why we need an actual revolution and how we can really make revolution. A speech by Bob Avakian. Constitution for the New Socialist Republic in North America. The new synthesis of communism. Fundamental orientation, method and approach, and core elements. Basics from the talks and writing of Bob Avakian. Bob Avakian speaks. Revolution, nothing less. Bob Avakian live. Constitution, law and rights. In capitalist society and in the future socialist society. Revolution and religion. The fight for emancipation and the role of religion. A dialogue between Cornel West and Bob Avakian. A talk by Bob Avakian. Bob Avakian. From Ike to Mao and beyond. A journey from mainland America to revolutionary communist. A memoir by Bob Avakian. This dude's a fucking unit. Legacy. Avakian is considered a controversial figure who the RCP acknowledges is both loved and hated. Avakian is viewed by supporters as a revolutionary leader whose body of work has advanced communist theory and represents a pathway to human emancipation from the capitalist system. Avakian also criticized by detractors for an alleged cult of personality around him by the RCP, statements which the party has denied as lies and slander. Fascinating. Oh, Aeon Linear with the incredibly kind $20. Holy shit, comrade, thank you. Found out my workers' comp has been confirmed and arriving soon. Please co-op 20 worker solidarity dollars. Thank you, Aeon Linear. Damn, that's really kind of you, and congrats on your workers' comp. I hope it comes in fat and juicy. Anyway, here are his books. Jesus. Anyway, so this is obviously a cult because it seems like oriented pretty much exclusively around the celebration of this guy, Bob Avakian. But anyway, when I first met these guys at the academic conference, they were like super nice at first, but then they were like, you should buy this book. You can't really claim to be a leftist unless you're familiar with Bob Avakian's immortal, like, you know, emancipatory strategies, that sort of thing. Interestingly, the Revolutionary Communist Party USA does actually have one great victory. Not joking. Camerock with the tier 1 sub, Bob Avakian, Bob Avakian, Bob Avakian, and so on and so forth. New synthesis of communism. It's good. Jason Unruh likes this guy. Of course Jason Unruh likes this guy. He's a fucking lunatic cultist Maoist. Absolutely. Of course Jason Unruh likes this guy. They forced you to buy a book too? Yeah, guys, dude, when I say they're a cult, I'm not fucking joking. They took down my phone number when I signed up with them as part of the oh, here, you know, in case we ever have any any news or like there's any sort of events going on or anything. They took down my number and I started getting continuous calls from this one like Chinese woman who would call me and no shit like spent 20 minutes talking to me about her day before being like, now, if you really cared, you would buy our book. Called me on my cell phone. Fucking lunatics. Anyway, there is one success for the Revolutionary Communist Party. If I remember correctly, they were actually the ones to get the case taken to the Supreme Court to make it so that flag burning is a expression of First Amendment rights. So they're actually the reason why flag burning is protected by the First Amendment. Bumfart Sparkles, I always love seeing that name, with the $20. Thank you. Fuck, that's so kind of you. Greetings from the EU totalitarian hellscape. Those Behemothian Brusselians just forced me to use two-step authentication right now. Hail Avakian. Hail Avakian. Fuck, that hurt. Thank you, comrade. That's really, really kind of you, and I really appreciate it. Wait, why is flag burning protected by the First Amendment again, according to Vosh? Because this party here, it should be here in their Wikipedia page. Yeah, here. Flag burning by RCP members led to the Texas versus Johnson case. RCP regarded the 1992 Rodney King riots as a legitimate political rebellion. International Maoist movement, Shining Path guerrilla movement in Peru. 1996, they launched the October 22nd Coalition to Stop Police Brutality. Yeah, they led to the Texas v. Johnson case. That's a Supreme Court decision to protect flag burning as a First Amendment right. See? Gregory Lee Joey Johnson, then a member of the Revolutionary Communist Youth Brigade. By the way, forming a youth brigade for your fucking lefty movement. Was it illegal before or what? It was not decided whether or not flag burning was protected by the First Amendment, meaning that conceivably the government could punish you for burning the flag. Just a heads up, the Canadian PCR RCP has nothing to do with Bob Avakian as a legit good communist party. Yeah, this is just an American thing, guys. Bob Avakian is very much a homegrown classic. Wasn't there something I wanted to talk about? There was something I did want to talk about. Oh yeah, incest. Guys, Are you ready to learn the top secret answer to the question that's been burning inside of you all along? Are you ready to learn why incest porn is so popular these days? Are you ready, Oni-san? Chan. Oni is brother, right? Oni-san? That's brother, right? Doesn't Oni mean demon? What's sister? Kasan. Kasa. Kasa's mother? Oh, listen, I'm just getting this from Kill la Kill, okay? Aniki? Is it Aniki? One? Oni? Ara? Ari? Ara? Ori? Kasa? Oni? Oni? Oni-san? Kambaka? Gambatane, Ryuko-chan. All right, focus. Focus. Incest. Why is it so popular? Today, the man, the myth, the legend, Vosh, Vidya, explains. Okay. Now, first, we need to get a poll in chat. Guys, be honest. Hypers if you jerk it to incest porn. Just hypers if you like it. Hypers if you like the brother-sister. Hypers if you like the father-daughter, the mother-son, mother-daughter, whatever. Just throw it up. Just, come on, be real. Yep. Yep, throw it up. Yep. Incest is best. Put your sister to the test. That's right. This poll is scientific. It looks like right now the majority of my community jerks it to incest porn. That looks like a pretty definitive yes to me. Now, why is it? Now, first of all, I want to dispel something. So in the porn industry, there's a lot of this stepsister, stepmother, stepbrother shit. It doesn't matter. They only do that because it frees them from liability concerning obscenity laws for incest. Okay? That's why they always do the step-sibling thing. Always, always, always. It's just to avoid obscenity. Okay? Which somehow applies to porn. What are you going to do? Now, you can get away with doing non-step incest in porn, but it's slightly more risky, whatever. I think the step stuff is cringe. Ah, hello, my stepmother. Wow, stepmother, you're looking good in those clothes today. I'm so glad you're here, stepbrother. Like, it's just whatever. Okay, so the step shit doesn't matter, okay? What matters is the incest itself, because that's what people are going after. Here's my hypothesis, all right? My hypothesis is that the increased popularity of incest porn corresponds positively with the increase in social alienation and loneliness amongst the general population. Let me explain. Now, what is the appeal to fucking your sister or parent or whatever? Well, for parents, there's this power dynamic, okay? But there's also a lot of sibling incest porn. What's that, okay? Well, here's my theory, all right? My theory is that whether you like it or not, you develop a relationship with your family. That, I mean, it comes naturally with the process of living with them. Maybe some of you have really fucked up homes, but for the most part, you will get to know your siblings. You will get to know your family members. That's intimacy that is formed as a natural byproduct of the way our society is organized into the family unit. However, for a lot of people, lonelier people, autistic people, socially awkward people, these people may struggle finding relationships outside the family unit. But they want those relationships, and it's through those relationships that they project their interest in sexuality. I mean, you know, I think it's pretty typical, especially when you're younger, to want to fuck people who you like and want to fuck you, you know. Usually the mentality of like, fuck it, I am just a lone train barreling down a highway of buttholes doesn't like happen till later in life, you know. But usually you want to have some kind of relationship with the people you're fucking, especially when you're younger and don't really know, you know, who you are, what you want. So you can't make friends that easily. It's harder to make friends, at least. And making friends is awkward, and you never really know what's going on with them. And what's going on? Like, I don't know. Like, do they really like you? I don't know. But here's someone who you know likes you, even if it's a tsundere kind of love you, hate you relationship. It's your fucking sibling. It's your parent. You know this. And for that reason, you may imagine in your head that a relationship with them, a sexual relationship with them, would be more emotionally fulfilling than what you might get elsewhere, because the relationship you would need to make it fulfilling is already there. You don't need to build a new one. Think about it. What would it take? Let's imagine we live in porn land. Well, porn land, okay? What would it take to get a girlfriend in porn land? Well, even by the most ludicrous standard, even if we're playing it fast and loose with the rules here, you still have to go out. You have to find a bunch of people, and then of that large group of people, there's a smaller group of people you're attracted to, and then of those people, you have to make yourself interesting to them until they're willing to spend time with you, and then of that group of people that's willing to spend time with you, maybe they'll be interested in actually getting down. Or, so you've got that, and all of that's very difficult and very harrowing for a person with social anxiety. Or, you got your sister. You've been friends with your sister for ages, haven't you? You can just walk on in over to her fucking room when the fucking parents are away at work. You could just slide on in. You could have the taboo makes it even better. You have the combined appeal of the taboo, which it undeniably is, the appeal of immediate emotional gratification by being able to take advantage of a relationship that you don't have to build, and 3, it is it fits neatly within a social sort of niche. Why are there people in chat losing your mind? Wait, hold on. I'm actually like legitimately trying to describe a sociological phenomenon. For any of you people who are just ranting, stop in chat. Shut the fuck up. You're actually acting like fucking children. It's a real thing that affects real people. There are a lot of people who are into incest porn. Why is that? We have to think about it. If the process of thinking hurts your brain, go fuck off. This isn't the stream for you. They hated Jesus because he spoke the truth. Like, seriously, shut the fuck up, you guys. Nobody's impressed. Oh, shut up. Well, I've never fucked my brother, okay? And I'm still capable of talking about this like an adult. Now, these a wide variety of factors that sort of together unify into what I think makes incestuous relationships appealing in theory. Now, you'll notice that while incest porn is getting much, much more popular, I don't think incest is getting much more popular, because I mean, I imagine if you get off to incest porn or whatever, and I've gotten off to incest porn, yeah, but like fucking, of course. I mostly just care about big dicks. That's my main thing. Incest, not incest. If it's a big dick, I'm good. But I can look at the incest porn or whatever and be like, okay, cool. So they're like a brother sister or whatever. So it's like early college, and like they go to the same college and they go, dorm room, that's true. And then I can go that and I can think, and still think to this day, like I would never fuck any of my family members, because the appeal resides almost exclusively in the porny concept that surrounds the idea. A lot of people are like, oh, incest porn, what you like, everyone wants to fuck their family. I don't think that's the case at all. I think that's wild misinterpretation of what's going on right now. But it's interesting. So I really do think that it comes down to loneliness. Keep in mind that humans used to be raised communally. It takes a village to raise a kid, right? So it used to be, whereas nowadays you only really form a substantial bond with your family because that's the family unit. It used to be that you could form that kind of bond with a much greater range of people, with a much broader range of people, with your neighborhood, with your community, with your village. These things used to be possible. It's not really so possible anymore. And in those times, back in that era, or in the parts of the world where that's still the case, I don't think incest porn's that popular. Because they are no longer relying upon the imagined desire for intimacy midst people with whom they already have a connection. But here, in the nuclear family, where everyone gets locked off in their own little suburban box, where everyone just gets a little 4-person unit house, and Oh, no one plays outside anymore, not making any friends these days. Everyone stays inside and plays the video games. Friends are getting harder and harder to find. Millennials and Gen Zers are having harder and harder times making genuine connections. Less friends, harder time having friends kept for less period of time. Well, the concept of having someone in your house who you don't need to worry about maintaining as a relationship, who's down to fuck you and cuddle, I totally get that. And then if you add in the parent stuff, because I'm mostly talking about the sibling stuff, if you're talking about the parent stuff, then you add in the power dynamic element as well, which is for a lot of people very kinky and appealing. Why not roommate porn though? Because most people don't live with roommates, and also you aren't friends with roommates. I've had roommates before. I didn't form decent bonds with these people. I just live with them. Vosh, what you said is the actual reason I think it's so popular. You don't care, you just want to see big dicks. Most people just want to see people fucking, they don't really care about who's doing it. On the other hand, maybe the setup will draw people in, otherwise it wouldn't. People who have fetishes of some kind. Also, it's fun to speculate, but in the absence of data, I think it's... Nah, seriously. Incest porn is literally, like, rocketed up to the top. I don't think that's an accident. I don't think that's just people like whatever porn they see. I think there is a specific sociological cause for the prevalence of incest porn today. We all just miss fucking our cousins from the 1800s and before. The only people who fucked their cousins were royalty. The cousin fucking wasn't really a peasant class thing. Whatever the case may be. Whatever the case may be. It is a real thing. The popularity of incest porn, I think it's worth exploring. All forms of pornography, if made more or less popular, can be explained by socioeconomic factors. All of them. Every single one of them. Society influences our desires. Very often, our kinks and sexual interests are pathologized or externalized fears. Roommate porn exists, it's just not as relatable or comfortable for young sad dudes, Vosh. Yeah, there is roommate porn, of course. It's just a much smaller niche because, like, what's the appeal? Like, if you're looking for intimacy with people you live, you would get that from incest porn. It's just less. Oh yeah, then explain Fuda? Lol? I can? Not disbelieving, but is incest porn really that big right now? Yes. Hold on. Oh, I can't look that up on this because I have Safe Search on. Hold on. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So in 10 of the 50 states, stepsister or stepmom, respectively, are the most popular searched porn terms. Google data reveals your most. Oh yeah, where's Google Trends? Wait, Google Trends. This is perfect for Google Trends. Hold on. We got to go back a little farther than that. Oh, a counter thesis arrives. Hold on. Ah. Stepmom surged in popularity over the past 5 years. Stepsister? Whew. Same time period. Yep. Oh, sorry, folks. That's stepmom and stepsister both surging up around 2014. In 2009, it was here. Now it's all the way up here. Looks like stepmom is still running out of her stepsister. Oh, 2018 year in review from Pornhub. The year in numbers. Does this deal with incest? It does not. What about... Doesn't look like this deals with incest specifically, unless it's in the charts. Ah. Look at that. On Pornhub. Most search terms of 2018. Lesbian hentai MILF stepmom at the 4th highest searched for porn term in all of 2018, with mom following just behind. Really, if you think about it, getting fucking slurped up by your fucking MILF mom, that's like the ultimate appeal of like some lonely, dejected, socially incompetent dude, right? Like, mommy take care of you, you know? Don't worry, son. Those girls are mean. Mommy's gonna take care of you. And then she leans over you and her big milkers descend and they hit your face and just smear, and your glasses get knocked off, and when you put them on, your dick is out of your pants. Yeah, UIRL, hyena. Just big fucking milkies. You know what I'm talking about. What else can we get here? Apparently Step Brother had a surge right here in July of 2008, but apart from that, not so much. Interestingly, the popularity of incest porn as a term decreased with the popularity of stepmom as a term. Do you think maybe the porn industry has been successful in moving the incest hype away from incest and towards stepcest? Try dad? Just dad? Okay. There's dad. Seems to peak every few months. Oh, stepdad. Whoa! What is this? No love at all for the stepdads. Jesus Christ. Flatlined. Oh, okay. Because I had the hyphen. Okay. Hey, look, stepdad. Wait, hold on. Here, look. They're all in correspondence. Okay, what about step bro? Dude, guys! The incest market is exploding right now. Yeah, where's daddy? Okay, well, obviously daddy is going to be leaving them in the fucking dust. Jesus Christ. Daddy makes them look like a bunch of fucking amateurs. Yeah, okay. Well, there we go. We've done some fucking science. MILF. MILF's gonna be huge, of course. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Look, MILF was big back in 2005. Then it dropped substantially over here. And up and then down. Okay, fine. Mommy. Ooh, mommy's not even close to daddy, guys. Daddy flatlined the rest of the graph. Daddy blows mommy out of the fucking water. Yeah?
Stacy's mom got released in 2003. Do you think anything of that?
Stacy's mom?
Yeah.
Who's Stacy?
The song!
I don't know this song.
You know Stacy's mom!
Why are you yelling at me?
Because there's no way you don't know Stacy's mom!
Who's Stacy's mom?
It's a song! No way!
I can't listen to it.
It smells like farts in here.
I haven't farted. Don't fucking call me out. Get out.
You don't know Stacy's mom. Okay, fine. Dude, whatever, listen to it.
I'm not listening to it on stream. I'm going to lose all my fucking ad revenue for the stream. I have no memory of this song, Stacy's Mom. Yeah, I'll mute it and listen. Hold on. Alright, that's enough of that. I feel weird about this song. Are we sexualizing this, like, middle school girl? The boy looks like he's 12, but the girl... she's wearing, like, this tiny bikini. No, her mom? No. Guys, this is weird. Look at this. Like, there's that. But look at this kid. They're supposed to be in the same class, right? This kid looks like 8. No, she's older than the kid, duh. Well, then why are they the same class? The mom isn't there yet? Alright, we're good. But kids have yeah. Alright. Alright, I'm reading donations, then I'm heading off. I'm hungry as shit. Arcane Phoenix with the $1. You missed my dono. Frowny face. Want to know about how to make yourself happier when your day is going like shit. Also need a hug from you, big man. Day like shit. Love you. Also help 1 USD is helpful. Hail Bob Avakian. Hail Bob Avakian. I don't know. I mean, when I'm feeling like shit, usually it just means that I have some work that I need to get done that I've been putting off and being lazy about, or like I need to eat, or like, I don't know, maybe stub my toe really hard. I don't fucking know. When I'm in a shit mood, usually I just take a little while to just relax and read a manga or something. I don't have any like hot tips on that one. I'm sorry. Ariel Fernandez with the $2. Oh, I thought you said incel porn? No, that's next stream. Smith Black with the $2. I heard this argument in a Chapo post once. Maybe I wrote it. 21st Century Socialist with the 50 kronar. Any theory on why incest porn had its breakthrough in Japanese hentai? Wasn't the rumor... well, for one, Japanese society is even more socially isolationist and more difficult to make friends than America's. And also, wasn't there that meme for a while that, like, the moms wanted their boys to get in the good university, and they didn't want the boys to be distracted by girlfriends, so the moms would fuck their sons to like keep them placated so they could focus on their studies. I don't know how much that's actually true. It probably happened like once or twice or something, but Rainbows with the $2. Thank you. Incest is bust, relatively speaking. Shut up. Hidden Pepe with the $5. What is your opinion on socialism in one country? I don't think it's going to work. I think that capital markets are going to overwhelm any countries that attempt real socialism. So, global socialism, comrade. That's what we need. Kays Plays Games with $5. Have you seen Lisa Ann talk about racism in the porn industry on YouTube? No, I have not. You should DM that to me on Discord. I'd probably have a good time reading over it. James93 with... oh, wait, I already did that one. Nice meme. Arcane Phoenix with the $1. Pak PM Iran Khan threatening nuclear war over Kashmir. Praise Prasadas. Also need a hug from you, big man. Feeling like shit right now because of academic BS. Feeling very alone. Hey, listen, Arcane Phoenix, academia is fucking gay. Take it from me. I already did it. I love you, buddy. There you go. Big... guys, chat. This is for all of you. Chat. Wait. Cord. There we go. Big hug. Big hug, chat. Don't get parasocial on me now. Canem Rock with the tier 1 sub. Oh, wait, I did that. And before sparkles. Fuck yeah, guys, we did it. I did all the donos. This is some parasocial shit? Yeah, it definitely is. We gotta talk about that. Well, King Blunted, there will always be next stream. Love you, folks. Thank you all so much for the wonderful stream. We had a nice orange gems in your glasses. Did they come with the frame? Hyena stuck these stupid little fucking plastic gems on the side of my glasses like 6 months ago, and I just haven't taken them off. They aren't even symmetrical. I love you all very much. Have yourselves a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you all soon.